Hello, hello. Hey, Sinistella. All right, I just updated the today command. So yesterday I played challenge mode. Up until now, I've been making it, but I haven't ever played it. And I'll open this up so I've got a visual as I talk about this stuff. I I think it was okay. And there are a lot of things that are lacking in it. So I did not, for example, let's say we click build here. Uh, what is the reason why you'd get the warehouse first? Like there just probably isn't a reason for that. So why is it offered first? And it probably shouldn't be. So these are the things that little decisions like that slightly take away. I don't think that makes or breaks the fun of the game. But anyway, okay, so let's choose this and then let's unlock where is it? Wow, it's not even going to be offered to me. The treasure room. Okay, so the treasure room is not balanced at all. You get a treasure chest, which costs you 150, and then it takes 10 minutes to open, and you have 45 minutes to beat the game. So like this shouldn't be 10 minutes. Keys shouldn't just subtract 1 minute from it if it is 10 minutes. And then you should get a number of items out of this that actually helps you with the game. So we're starting to add on to this a little bit more. But then I thought, okay, let's say you do get this. Let's say it was balanced. Let's say all the shops matter and whatever else. What are you doing in run number 2 that's different from run number 1? How are these, like, if this mode was for replayability, what's making you want to replay it? Hey, Leap Your Girl. So I need to answer those questions, and I don't know how to answer them. And I wrote some notes about this stuff. Yeah, conclusions. If you can get town perks that affect buildings, and the building perks need to say how many such perks you've gotten already. We should probably allow you to get, or I write this way, building perks. Town perks for buildings. We should probably have these show up even when you haven't unlocked the building. And then if we do this, there's that. Battle perks. Overall. Okay. So yeah, I was thinking about it a lot yesterday. I spent some time on this. It wasn't a ton of time. And I said, I think the main problem is that you don't feel the impact of any single decision. Even for town perks, does choosing more shop storage help more than choosing to build the enchanter? Do you notice when you get battle perks for a particular adventure? And I think the big question out of all this stuff is, does roguelikeifying Skeleseller even make sense? Because maybe what we're figuring out by doing this is that it's not going to work. And if it's not going to work, then we need to pivot to something else. We haven't spent a boatload of time on this. It's been about 2 weeks. Now, granted, that's a pretty critical 2 weeks, but it'd be great if we could salvage this and figure out how to make it work. The other thing I was debating on is, should I just make balance changes and try to get this into a state that I thought it would be and then release it to playtesters and see what they say? Because that's potentially another option here. It may be worth balancing this anyway and releasing it to playtesters to see what they think. At the very least, it would allow more people to have the same context that I do. So I think there's a lot of search space for this. For one, I was trying to compare it to other games, but it's a little bit hard to compare it to other games because other games are set up differently. Like maybe I need to ask, in what world would Skeleseller with random choices make sense? And some possible options, and I don't know if any of these actually do make sense, but like the game still lasts for 5 hours. The game has a much deeper strategic element. The game has like 10 more systems in it, such that you can pick and choose which ones you want to focus on. Because, and I generally think randomness is nice in games when there are lots of paths that you can take. So you're materializing a path as you make choices. and that path may be unique for you. There are games that don't do this very well. I mean, I just to contrive a game here. Let's say there's a game where you have a bow or a sword or magic. And it's like, okay, you can choose to specialize in one of these. So you pick bow. And now you're picking all the bow related perks every time they pop up. And when you get a sword perk, you're like, I'm just not going to use it. And to some extent, that's kind of like what Vampire Survivors was at the beginning. It wasn't exactly that, but it was like, hey, I've got some abilities. At any point, I'm picking. Actually, maybe Vampire Survivors is the closest thing to this. I didn't even think about that. Vampire Survivors may be the closest game to this. It's a roguelite. You only use arrow keys and nothing else. And the goal is to survive. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I think that's a very important realization because Vampire Survivors did well and most people said it was fun. And even I played it and liked it a lot. I think what's happening here with this game is it's selling the fantasy of like mowing down hordes of enemies. And yet you're building it up. You're building up that power level. That's pretty much how Skeleseller works too. It's this fantasy of running the perfect town. The decisions you make in that game, though, are, let's see, where to move. So your goals are like kill enemies, get pickups, and some stages had other objectives. I think that was pretty much it, though. Kill enemies, get pickups. Yeah. Where to move, which abilities to pick. A new ability, an upgrade to an existing one. There was like the meta choice of ability combinations. And that's it, right? Is there anything else you're even deciding? I guess at the very beginning of the game. So before starting a game, which power-ups you'll have this time and which character you're using. I think that's it, though. I think that's like all the choices you're making. And if you consider this as a decision tree, that it's not that vast. And yet it was fun. It was like it was also like a turn your brain off kind of game and just watch all the pretty things happening. And in that sense, this is really important to identify this as being close to Skeleseller. Because in Skeleseller, you're making some similarly pithy decisions. It's not like Slay the Spire, where your decisions matter. You could have saved 2 life here, and now you're going to end up dying later in the game by 2 life. And had you saved that 2 life, you wouldn't have died. And those tolerances get tighter and tighter as you ascend. Okay, so what can we take from this? So for one, making Skeleseller a rogue light may be worthwhile, but that's sort of ancillary to the main point. I don't think that's a major need for Skeleseller, and it won't address playing an individual like round of challenge mode. What else? I guess these decisions still need to be impactful. The ones before the game, let's just say that they are. Let's ignore those because it only happened once. The bulk of what you're doing is happening during the game. So where to move, this is, I would argue, not very interesting. But which abilities to pick, I would argue, is the most interesting part. And there's some risk and reward. Risk and reward in doing this. You may go for a treasure chest in a clump of enemies, but die before you make it there. And in Vampire Survivors, the most interesting decision, IMO, is which abilities to take. And the fun part is seeing how those decisions play out over the course of the run. So there are things that you can do where you will lose, and there are things that you can do where you'll be so powerful there's no chance of you losing. And it's fun to hit that break point. You're essentially trying to break the game, although the game knows this. So it's like do 1,000,000 damage to everything all the time. So if we were to just apply these same things to Skeleseller, so the most interesting thing is which abilities to take. In Skeleseller, we could say it's one kind of perk. Maybe it's which adventurers you're getting. And then the fun part would be seeing how that plays out. So I wonder if we just had to pick one. We had to pick one. Which is more interesting in Skeleseller? Building up the town or battling? And from what I've seen, most people let battles fade into the background, but that's because the game makes battling easy enough that they don't have to pay attention. Oh, is this like outside of the keyboard camera? Should I be moving to the side? Thus, it would be building up the town. So which decisions make building the town interesting? Even in the base game, you still prioritize certain things based on what you think is necessary. So I think that results in two conclusions here. That means, one, we need there to be some way for you to prioritize certain choices, i.e., it probably can't be fully random. And two, we need those choices to be different enough between gameplay sessions. So which, can I look at like Vampire Survivors wiki, but for V1? It's probably not possible. Weapons, passive items, pickups. Base weapons. Not all of these were in the version I played originally. And some of these I don't even recognize. So a lot of these have been added. Is this sort of thing muted? I'm gonna mute this. Yeah, there's a lot now. But the game didn't launch with this, and it was successful without all of this stuff. My goodness, there's a ton now. I was expecting the scrolling to stop at some point. Now it finally stopped. Wow, that's quite a lot. I think the base game launched with, let me think, 2, 4, 6, 8, maybe 10? Yeah, I think it was maybe just like 10 of these. And how many could you hold? I don't remember. If we just look at the UI, it should be pretty clear from that. Yeah, here it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so of 10, you would pick 6, I guess. I'll write this down. In BS, I think the game launched with 10 weapons. And you would pick 6 of them. Then there were like evolutions of those weapons based on which combinations of items you had. That's a good sign, right? That it could launch with a small number of things and still be fun. I think that's a good sign. I think the thing I'm trying to figure out is how can we figure out for Skeleseller, like let's say you do get done with this run and you see, oh man, my business succeeded. This is great. Like, look at all these stats. What's going to make you click this button now? What's going to make you start a new run and be like, yeah, that was awesome. I want to do that again. And that's what I'm trying to think about. I don't think just having some random choices is what is needed for that. It almost makes me wonder if there is something you should pick in VS, Slay, Roar 2, Ember Knights, pretty much all of these games, etc. You would pick something at the beginning to steer the run in a general direction. In Skeleseller, maybe it could be as easy as start with an extra adventurer versus start with 2 extra workers versus start with all 3 shops. Yeah, that could be it. Because then this makes you feel like you've customized something. It could just be a perk choice shown at the very beginning. I don't think it would have to be though. I don't think that we need to do that. Yeah, so in Vampire Survivors, you picked all the power-ups that you would have to start with, and then you pick a character. In Slay the Spire, you picked just a character. And then you picked a starting like power-up. BS, pick character and all of the roguelite power-ups. Hey Goose. I got the crisis in the today command there. Slay was pick character and 1 starting perk. This was Niao's Blessing. Roar 2 was pick a character and some like basic abilities for that character. Very few ability choices per character. Ember Knights was pick a weapon and a set of talents. Looks sharp today. Thanks, Goose. Hope you're having a good Friday. Yeah, so I think the interesting thing here, this lets you vary the game even before it's started. So maybe we need something like this. What game is VS? Vampire Survivors. Hey, it'll go. It's going okay. I tried challenge mode yesterday, and I'm just not convinced that it's working in its current form. And there are 2 components to that. So the current form is balance plus like the mode itself. And the balance is lacking, and I know that it's lacking. So it's possible that that's the only problem, because this is an equation of this plus this, and this might be so negative that it's bringing everything down. So I already know that this is true. But then the mode itself, like, are the ideas, is picking a town perk like this, is this fun? Is picking a battle perk, can't even do that without the farm or something like that. Let me build that really fast. There. Okay, so is picking a battle perk fun? Do you feel the impact of these decisions? And I don't think it's fun yet. And this is one of the most difficult parts of game design, in my opinion, which is you've got something. Like if I just draw a made-up map, it's like you are here. The perfect solution is here. You have no idea where in 2D space you have to go. So you might proceed going up and you're getting farther from the solution. And then you go up and left and you're getting even farther from the solution. And if you were to go in this direction, you're getting closer, but you don't necessarily know that you're getting closer. And then finally you stumble on like, that's the perfect solution, and you, move on with your life. But that's how I feel like we're progressing right now. I have no idea what this is going to lead to. I just need to spew a bunch of thoughts. Hopefully after like 4 hours, I've said, yep, that's it. That's what we need to do. This puts the whole puzzle back together. But I know that my gut feeling right now is saying something's wrong about this. And I've learned to act on that when it comes to game design. Because I could try, The other way we could have pursued today is I could have been like, okay, there are some issues here, right? Like we don't know how many perks we've chosen for the archer already. So we pick archer once, and if they were presented again, okay, they're not going to present it again, will they? Oh, come on. Well, anyway, the whole point, yeah, there we go. So you can't tell, what did I already pick for this character? Like, have I upgraded them? Do I even have them unlocked? Do you have to click to the other UI and realize you don't have them? So like, there are little usability issues, there are balance issues. The other way we could have approached today is by addressing all of those and then being like, okay, did that make it more fun? And almost certainly, yes, it would have made it more fun, but would it have made it fun enough? My gut feeling says no, it would have still been lacking in some way. So this is an important realization here. In all the other roguelike games I can think of, you pick something at the beginning of the game. It's not like just start a run and there's no decision to be made. And I wonder, is there any roguelike game where you pick nothing at the beginning? No character selection, no item usage, etc. You just start a run. How did Dead Cells work? Dead Cells gave you, I think, like 3 choices at the very beginning. Dead Cells let you pick a few choices at the beginning. But there were also those dangling vials at the beginning too. How did that work? Was it like a talent tree? It's been so long since I played that game. Aspects? I don't think it was that. It was runes, maybe? Runes are permanent upgrades for the player. Okay, there was some of this, I guess. You got different abilities. And then I think this is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, so there was some persistence between the runs. Lets you pick a few choices at the beginning, like weapon / utility items. And you would permanently upgrade stuff across runs. Hey, Nori Luna. Or just being completely at Fate's mercy. Yeah, randomizers are a little different. Because, yeah, in those games, you are typically just starting the run. And you have no idea what's going to happen. But I think the appeal is different. And I think of randomizers as being like speed running tools, or not really tools. Like, yeah, I think of randomizers as being for speedrunners, but they are indeed something where you just get dropped in to a run without picking anything. Also, hi Luna. Some games allow the randomizer to get the items and perks they haven't unlocked yet. Yeah, but is there, I mean, going back to the original question, is there a roguelike game where you don't pick anything at the beginning? Because I can't think of one off the top of my head. What are like most popular roguelike games? I've probably played some of these at least. Although I might not remember a lot of them. I played Gunfire Reborn, so here you picked a character. In Gunfire Reborn, you pick a character and their upgrades. Does Isaac count? It might. Is there anything else you do? Binding of Isaac. How do you start a run? I haven't played this in years, so I don't remember. But when you click new game, what happens? Do you choose anything? Do you just get dropped into a random dungeon? I don't even know what to search for to find this. I'd probably have to find a YouTube video, which I'm not going to look up on stream. Maybe Binding of Isaac. You just pick a character in a random dungeon. You pick the random dungeon? Wait, you pick a character? Wait. I don't remember Binding of Isaac having different characters. Oh. So then you are picking something. So that's not an example of this. Okay. Yeah. So in Binding of Isaac, you pick a character. In Enter the Gungeon, I think Enter the Gungeon had different characters too. At least it had different guns you could start with. I'm pretty sure there were different characters though. Yeah, there were. Okay, so that's, yeah, in Enter the Gungeon, you would pick a character. So yeah, is there any roguelike game where you pick nothing at the beginning? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Because I think this is key to making this work. I haven't played that. I played Wizard of Legend, but I don't remember how it worked. I think there were Arcana in that game. And you you did something ahead of time. But I don't recall. Did you equip these ahead of time? I think you equipped these ahead of time. In Wizard of Legend, you equipped Arcana. I'm pretty sure. What other games are on this list? Monster Train. Monster Train was a deck builder. And yeah, you would pick your starting deck. Monster Train, you pick a starting deck combo. Hyper Rogue, you pick nothing except normal mode. Hyper Rogue. I want to know which ones are popular, because any game could make a decision here. This one seems like it did well enough. And I'm guessing this is meant to be pretty similar to regular Rogue. I did not play... I guess I did play Crypto the Necrodancer. Although this had a lot of randomized... Do you pick something at the beginning of Crypto the Necrodancer? I don't remember. Noita I only played a tiny bit of. Loop Hero I played, but I don't remember how you start that game either. Is there a character you choose? Let me look at the wiki really fast and see if it can jog my memory. Classes. I don't remember these even being in the game, but they must have been. Yeah. In, what's this called? Loop Hero. You would pick a class. So what if we just get to choose some latent ability that our skeleton is born with in challenge mode that lends himself to different play styles? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. So, okay. It sounds like there are probably some games, e.g. Hyper Rogue, maybe Noida, that don't have any upfront decisions. But most of them have you choose something that's already going to influence the run. So I think that's a pretty key differentiator that we'll need. Affecting the run before it starts. There should probably be something that you choose before even starting the run that will like steer decisions. It could be that you start with an extra adventurer, an extra worker, or an extra building. Or maybe we steer it even more and say something like potion seller. Potions are worth more, but crops are worth less. I think trade-offs are fine here, although strict upsides are almost like having trade-offs, because if you have 3 different strict upsides, then you're trading off between which one you want. But this still implies that there are enough ways to go through the game that are interesting. And that's where I still think Vampire Survivors... I want to write this down. The closest game I can think of to Skeleseller in terms of gameplay and decision making is Vampire Survivors. Your only inputs in that game are the arrow keys and choosing stuff. The choosing stuff it pauses the game for. The game is paused. And the decision making isn't too crazy, but the game still did very well. Rotato, I think I might have played that game, but I don't remember a lot about it. So it's hard for me to compare to that. We probably need something like this for Skeleseller. So let's say we did just give you a simple decision. Let's say we gave you a decision between start with 2 adventurers, start with 3 workers, or start with +1 building. I guess let's write it out this way. Is that interesting enough? Is there another one of these games where over the course of a run, you're kind of expected to get everything? If I just think about this quickly, it's like, no, you'd specialize into a particular weapon probably. I didn't play Binding of Isaac in a long time. Same thing with this. I guess I can't really compare a lot of these things. Slay the Spire I've played pretty recently, and you definitely do not get everything in Slay the Spire. You pretty much pick a build that you're going to go with. But it is heavily influenced by what you end up finding. Yeah. I guess I'm still concerned that at the end of a Skeleseller run, you'd have pretty much all the same stuff as any other run. Okay, here's a wild idea. What if we further condense the game so that it should only last like 30 minutes? So we're shaving off another third of it. Goes from 45 minutes to 30. Then there's only so much you can do in that time. In fact, what if those starting options set you up with a town that was as though you had played for 15 minutes, steering in a certain direction? I'm not sure it's interesting because in any of these cases, you're going to have some amount of starting income, and you shouldn't just be able to buy all the other things you would have been able to get had you chosen a different option. So yeah, let's say we started you with, I don't know, like a fully upgraded shop. Maybe, in fact, like fully upgraded shop. And then, okay, so yeah, you start with a fully upgraded potion shop. Like, does that change your decision at all? I guess you might think, well, if I can sell a lot of potions, then I don't need to work on the farm as much because I'm going to need the potions for this. It could change your decisions. It might not be in a super obvious way. Could be like start with +2 customers. All right, well, anyway, I do think this is easy enough to do. I don't know if I shouldn't be thinking about what's easy to do. I should be thinking about what's fun because we're trying to address the core problems in this mode. And I can't evaluate right now if that's fun because I don't think that solves the whole problem. I think if we did this sort of thing, we'd still have an issue with every run you're still trying to do the same general thing. I guess I need to think of what would steer it even more. Like, yeah, what if you started with a full warehouse, for example? Maybe that's the direction this has to take. You start with a fully upgraded something. Hey, Amy, hey, Magnetic Bind. Malcontent. I wonder who decided at some point in their family history, or maybe they decided themselves now to do that. We could start you with a fully upgraded building. Maybe those are the run differentiators. Start with full warehouse. Maybe it's even stocked with some items. Start with upgrades for each shop. Start with a farm, like maybe a 4x4 farm with plus 20% growth. Okay, this is really interesting because when I was originally talking about challenge modes, I don't know how many people remember, but I was like, okay, there's going to be farming mode, and it's going to be like you start with a farm. The farm can get like 2x the regular size. You can sell crops. I don't know, a whole bunch of other things. And that would have been the mode. You'd play this for like 5 hours and you get done with it. And then you go do battle mode where it's like adventurers get experience points and they, I don't know, they get better with items that you find through quests or something. I never really totally came up with these, but we could bundle this into the roguelike mode and just kind of have it all be one idea. If you can choose between adventure upgrades, maybe the upfront decision is which adventures will be prioritized for those upcoming choices. I wanted to be careful with that because there's another problem right now with battle perks. Like if you think about this, you are only battling so that you can get as many items as possible. And you might go deeper into the map because your adventurers are strong enough to make it to later places, which are going to drop better loot. So now what battle perks are you choosing? It's the ones that are going to let you win battles faster or survive the stronger battles to be able to get more loot. So when I look at these things and I'm comparing, okay, which one of these looks best? I think the important parts are what's going to make me do more damage. So like this one says every time the archer gets hit, they do 10 damage to enemies. Same thing here, 12 damage to attackers on hit. And then this one gives me a skill, Bursting Horde, which is every time one of my zombies dies, it does damage to all of the enemies. So it's like, okay, here we at least had some interesting choices. So then I might look at the other things and say, oh, improved steady shooting. Wait, that's also more damage. Fortitude is going to keep me alive for longer, though. And a chance to dodge is also going to keep me alive for longer. So there's some interesting choices here. But if I were to prune out some of these adventurers, because I'm like, well, I don't have the paladin, then it's kind of just like, well, I have the witch doctor. So these other choices don't really matter at all. I'm going to pick the witch doctor one. And the next time around, it's like, well, there's the witch doctor again. I'm just going to choose that one. And I don't want that to be the decision you make. Almost to the point where I wonder if, like, right now, battle perks are something like +1 rogue X versus +1 warrior Y versus +1 mage Z, something like that. What if they should be? What about this though? Where you just see rogue versus warrior versus mage, and then you pick one, and now you see +1 X versus +1 Y versus +1 Z. So this is different in that here you were only given 3 total choices. Here you started with 3 and were given 3 more for whatever you picked, such that it's like there were 9 that you cut down to 3. And then you wouldn't pick an adventure you didn't have. Yeah, not totally sure. Which one again? What are you talking about, Kojin? Anyway, this is a really, really good idea, I think. This is like what we had for the original challenge mode with farming mode, battle mode, etc. So it can populate the beginning rules of the run. Hey, Diamond. Good day to you. Yeah, I think this is interesting. And I think this does help you steer a run. And I think then you would come up with challenges for all of these on your own. Or maybe you wouldn't have to. I don't know. We could figure that part out. But yeah, imagine starting with a full warehouse. Now there's a bunch of upgrades you just don't even have to get. It might even change how you play the game a bit. Because one of the upgrades I was thinking of giving you is like, while items are in the warehouse, you get interest on them. So now maybe you're not selling items. In fact, you're taking them from the shop and putting them back in the warehouse. Oh, there's a problem there. What happened? Oh, because we tried generating 0 loot? Yeah, that's probably it. Or maybe it's when you have the warehouse. I already know this is an issue. Probably when you have the warehouse unlocked. Interesting. Okay, so I do like this idea. Runs will automatically start to feel a little bit different. We need to come up with what these are, and we need to balance them all too. What diamond? I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Something simulates the real estate market. I just don't understand the cone part. What was that supposed to be? Okay, yeah. Oh, we're going to simulate the real estate market. Okay. I have translated your message. I now understand. We talked about this Scratch versus to-do document organization. I haven't really. Also, hey, Galaxy Inferno. In general, for my design documents, I like having a permanent section and a temporary section. So the Scratch stuff is just a stream of consciousness for whatever it was I was doing at the time. And I try to put dates there too. So it's like, oh, this was July 29th and this is July 31st. And this is 38 pages long of just stuff in the Scratch section. Like, I don't plan on reading through all this again. But it might come in handy if I'm like, why did I come up with this thing? And then I read below and I'm like, oh, that's why. Okay. Then the permanent stuff, and then the actual, like, here are the to-do items for this. This is something new I'm kind of trying, just so that I don't have to track it in GitHub for everything, and I don't pollute my main document. All right, so I definitely like this. So I think this is like the key idea if I'm going to have a conclusion here. Okay, so you should choose... maybe we call them specialization at the beginning of the run, which can dictate the starting parameters, e.g. start with a full warehouse and the plus interest perk for items stored there, or start with a full farm and get sludge more quickly, or like, and get seeds more cheaply, something like that. Or start with 3 adventurers with 3 random battle perks each. Yeah, these are interesting now, I think. What happened with GitHub tracking? It's just that there are a couple little usability things. Like, for one, I need to file an issue. And then when you go to edit an issue, it's just a little too much. They don't put a little pencil icon here, so you need to click twice to edit. And then you make whatever changes. Reading this is different from reading the preview. So you're looking at 2 different modes here. Even if you do this in VS Code, it's like, well, now I needed to have done that and then close this buffer. So it's like, they're just tiny little usability issues that I see compared to just type your text. It's formatted the same way that you're reading it. You can add pictures easily. You can, whatever, you can put bookmarks directly to specific lines of text if you want. So you rarely or never update the Scratch, and then if anything good comes out of it, it goes into designer's use. Yeah, so the general thing, like right now I'm typing into the Scratch section, and you can see the sort of stream of consciousness style of this. Like, hey, does this thing even make sense? And I don't even necessarily answer it. Like, this is just my brain spew here. And then as I star items, I end up compiling them into another section at some point. So yeah, I think starting with something is a very, very key decision here. I should probably file conclusions into just a different section. Brain spew. I like the term brain spew. It's clear that it's not something you've like thought through too much. It's just whatever comes out of your mind. Okay, so affecting the run before it starts. I think this is the most important thing. You should choose a specialization which can dictate the starting parameters. Yeah, so rationale. This is what practically every other roguelike does. And I think the reasons there are, it feels like you're customizing a run. And so this is the feel perspective, but you actually are customizing a run. But I guess it feels more personalized is the thing that's not necessarily factual. It feels more personalized because you made a decision that influenced the whole run. It naturally adds some replay value or interest. if you're struggling to beat the game with choice X at the beginning, maybe you try choice Y next time. And it can open up avenues for other challenges. Beat the game with choice X, even if it's hard. Sounds like the basic role-playing aspect. Yeah, something like that. I think with role-playing, though, you're picking a character or a personality about that character. In this, I guess you're kind of playing the role of like a builder versus a battler, but it's more loosely defined in this kind of game. But okay, so let's say we've done that. So let's say we've coded this. Oh, and then the other rationale is like this idea was swirling around in my head since when I first started talking about challenge mode as a way of playing the whole like 5 hours again. Farming mode would have changed the rules of the game. Now it's changing them in a slightly different way. All right, so let's say we've coded this. Is this enough? The ability to influence a run as soon as you start it. Is this enough? And my gut still says no, but we're getting closer. I think the battle perks need to be different, and I'm still not sure how. So from when I played, here's what I saw. First of all, we don't have that many. We have just these. You can get plus health, which by the way, this always happens. So let me just copy paste these out of here and let's just analyze these. So delete all the equal signs. Yeah, there. So here are all the different things you can get. This one is always given to you. So ignore that one. This was not meant to be a choice. It was considered boring. So like we might as well just always give you health. So we would pick between any of these and we'd pick 2 of them. And what I saw is that these 3 were the most interesting by far because they can speed up battles. These were less interesting because they just allowed characters to survive for longer. Oh, wait, no, sorry. This one, too, also goes up here. Yeah, so these are less interesting. And I almost wonder, what if we just delete these? Like, they're not that fun. Or what if we did the same thing we did for health, where we always gave you, like, one interesting one and one uninteresting one? That could potentially help. Hey, Caleb. I'm doing okay. I'm going through a little bit of a crisis here because all the stuff I've been working on, I tried out yesterday and I'm like, ooh, I don't know if this is fun. So now we're trying to pivot to something that is a more fun incarnation of this system. And it's just a little difficult to do. I think battle perks are a problem. How come that's boring to have your character live longer? Do they respawn? Have you played Skeleseller? I don't ask this in a snarky way. Just literally, have you played it? Because I think in Skeleseller, you're not really paying attention to battles a whole lot. So what happened? You haven't. Okay, yeah. So I think this is a feel thing for sure. If you're manually playing a game and you're shooting fireballs and you're dodging abilities and you have like twice the health pool, that feels fun because you're like, now I'm playing differently. But in Skeleseller, you're not playing differently when you choose these things. So if I get a perk that says, hey, you live for longer, the reason why it's not fun is like, if I'm winning this battle, I'm still going to win the battle and nothing's going to change. Let's say this character never took damage. I'm not speeding this up. It's still going to take me doing 10 damage enough times. And so what if I'm not dying? I already wasn't dying. So the thought that, okay, well, I could go to a later location because I'm not dying is like maybe interesting, but you only have 45 minutes and you're probably not paying that close attention to this stuff. It sometimes has to go a bit down to reach a higher maximum. Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of search spaces end up doing that sort of thing. You need to wade your way through, hey, we're in a worse game right now in order to get to a better game. Hey, Boomer Tester. Oh, the timer. Yeah. So the timer contributes that too. So anyway, so that's why I think these things are just like, as I was playing, I thought, how are these helping me? They're just not. And as a result, there are a couple ways you could look at this. Let's say you came to this conclusion in any game that you're playing. You're playing, or you're making a game, I guess. You're making a game and you realize that some stats are fun and some aren't. The sort of high level options you have are like always give the unfun stuff, so that it's not really a choice, or it's not taking away from the fun stuff. And that's what we did for health, by the way. So it was like, health is important, it's just not fun, so let's just always give it to you. So every time you see a battle perk, I really got to make this easier to do because I got to build the, there we go. All right, every time you see a battle perk, it's like, I get different amounts of health. For them to be a little bit different for each character, that part's fine. I don't care. There's a tiny decision to be made there, but it's not big. But yeah, it's like, okay, let's always give you health. That's option one. Option two is just do away with the unfun stuff completely. Like, should we even have a dodge percent in the game? Is there a reason to give you this? I think there's some fun aspect to maximizing some of these stats and seeing what it does. Like your fortitude goes through the roof and now you can't take any damage. It's like, yeah, that's kind of a cool idea. But I think for that, we need to, so option three is like make systems that incentivize the unfun stuff. So in this case, imagine a battle where the whole point is to survive for 1 minute. Well, now all of a sudden we flip these things on their heads. Now fortitude, dodged, stealing life, healing more. Now these things are the only metric that matter. You don't care about how much damage you are dealing. It sounds like there's a binary choice to speed up battles or not. Yeah. And it isn't entirely that way, because if you get enough of these stats, you can now do battles you wouldn't have been able to do before. So like, yeah, having infinite life on the forest is never going to change anything for you. You're always going to win the battle and it's going to take you the same amount of time. But having infinite life here means that you can now win that battle, whereas you couldn't before. So now, do you get enough loot to make it worthwhile if a battle took like 2 minutes there? And maybe you do, maybe you don't. I also kind of wonder if it's even interesting. Conclusions, questions I still have. Is it interesting to have to unlock locations? If you feel you have a strong party, you should probably be able to go to any arbitrary location to test them out. Hey, Codex. Landed 3 big PRs, which you factor a bunch of coding, gets a lot closer to making an Electron build. Nice. It kind of makes battle perks less interesting in general. Yeah. So I think that's the other problem we have here. What happens if you remove the healing aspect or have it very low? Because then it might be a strategy to make sure your dudes even make it to the end. Yeah, but I think this is compounded by the fact that, like, when you start the game, every character should be able to beat the forest. And that makes the forest the baseline for the amount of money you can make. So now let's say you up the survivability of your characters. You might be able to go to the next location, but it's really hard for you to evaluate, was it better loot-wise for me to go there? So let's say the forest gives you, I don't know, an average of like 6 gold per run. And let's say it takes you 12 seconds to beat. So you can figure out your gold per second at any given time. That is not, it's not hard for you to do. It's just something you're not really paying attention to because the game doesn't surface that. Now you go to the volcano and you're getting whatever, 20 gold per run, but it's taking you 50 seconds to complete. Like, the items themselves are just money pretty much. So it's not like, well, I'm getting more powerful items and those powerful items are letting me do something I wasn't able to do before. It's like, this all just still boils down to gold per second. And if this one is less than this one, then you're just going to stay in the forest. So yeah, we could try to incentivize those things. We could remove them. But at the end, like, how do we make battling decisions easy to understand and fun to choose? Originally, my idea was that you could make like zany builds, like a dodge tank or a thorns tank or a healing beacon, but those don't really play out in 45 minutes. Another thing we could do is just change, we could just give you skills. So every once in a while, it'll generate something like this, where you get a skill that your character would have had. So if we go to adventurers, I don't even have the cleric, so let's unlock them. So it would give me this one, increased duration of blessing of haste. So now the whole party gets a half-second longer haste when we do this. And venomous bite for the witch doctor is this one. So now your zombies can do poison damage. If we just gave out skills, would that be interesting? Like, I don't think so. The other thing we could do, okay, here's another option. Some other ideas I had for battle perks were, one is choose the adventurer first. The other is like give the same stuff, give the same mods for each adventurer to figure out which one would use them best. So choose the adventurer first. This is, you're just presented with 3 options: mage, rogue, paladin. And you pick one. Then you get 3 more options to pick specific mods for those adventurers, for that adventure. This would be something like rogue plus 15 health, plus 1 skill, plus 5 thorns, versus mage, exact same thing, versus paladin, same thing. Well, I tabbed that in weirdly. But yeah, something like that. So now it's the same stats, and you're just figuring out who should get those stats. And then this is what we have now, which is see random mods for random adventurers. So if I just copy paste this up here, it's something like this: +3 power, +5 dodge. This might be an 18, and this might be 12 and +6 fortitude and +5% lifesteal. Hey TJ. Might make more sense to make the battle perks upgrade, change, level up individual skills. I'm concerned that you're going to have the same decision tree at the end, though. Whatever we come up with, I want the decision tree to be more complex. Well, maybe I don't. I don't just want the decision tree to be what will make me do the most damage. Actually, maybe I do want that, and for that decision to be slightly harder. Okay, that might be the key here. In which case, what we're doing is we're going with option 1 or option 2. Just the unfun stuff is pretty much not there. What about negative effects when leveling up? So you get something better, but you also have to choose a negative. So you might end up having 90% dodge, but only 1 health. I think those can be very polarizing, especially in a game like Skeleseller. Like, what if you get to the point where you can't even win battles anymore? And maybe that's a good thing. Yeah. Diamond suggested having severe trade-offs. 90% dodge, but 1 health. It'd be hard to make sure these things stack reasonably, Because imagine if that on level 2 you get that plus 90% dodge, 1 health. And then on level 3 you get like plus 100% attack, no defense. You already had 1 health, so this isn't really a trade-off now. And now you have a character that pretty much never gets hit and always does a ton of damage. And you're like, I don't even need to get to level 4. It'd be a waste of time. I don't think I want to go that route. Although I'm not totally sure. So yeah, what will make me do the most damage? This is the only decision you really have in Vampire Survivors. I guess you have slightly more than that. In Vampire Survivors, it's like, what's going to make me live until the end of the timer? And there's only one character to focus on. So it's easier to justify the like the defensive perks. But when it comes to dealing damage, it's just what will make me do the most damage. And all you have to really consider is single target or multi-target. And then within those categories, it's like, okay, I'm lacking multi-target skills, so let me get a couple of those. And then all my single target skills aren't strong enough, so let me buff that one. Hey, Mystical Cell, what's the win condition for this mode? The win condition right now is just get a bunch of money. So it says you need 50,000. And I think that's how it should remain, because everything in Skeleseller eventually funnels into you getting money. So if it were just survive for 45 minutes, then there need to be a lose condition. And I don't think a lose condition makes sense for Skeleseller. But yeah. How's it going, Mystical Cell? Okay, well, let's look into this a little bit more. So what if we did this? So now you see like rogue plus 5 power, plus 1 skill, mage plus 6 power, plus 12% haste, paladin plus, I mean, what else do we even have? It's just those 4. Plus 3 thorns, plus 1 skill. Maybe we give stats to each character based on what their character type is. So paladins can get more mitigation, dodge, healing received, etc. But a rogue would only get power and haste. Glad to hear it, Mystical Cell. What you end up with at the end of the run? So you'd have picked multiple. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, so this is what you would end up with. The choices may be something like plus 10% dodge, minus 10% health. I could see that working, but I'm not sure what the trade-offs would be. I think they'd pretty much have to be health or power. There are only 3 stats to trade off, though. Health, power, and fortitude. Not every character even has fortitude. Although I guess it could go negative, in which case it would amplify damage. But that's kind of the same as just having lower health, right? Is there a difference? Probably somehow, but it's not meaningfully so. So you pretty much only have 2 stats. And it's not fun to trade off power, probably. So I'm not certain you could do this. Yeah, I'm not certain you could do this. I guess you could also trade off haste. But again, that's like trading off power. There are other... No, there's not really other things. Battles are just those stats, basically. Anyway, going back to this. Why can't I scroll? There we go. Maybe we give stats to each character based on their character type. So like if you had a warrior, we're just saying they are a tank build. this locks each class into a role that we as designers decide. We could have you somehow pick as a player, maybe whatever stats you're offered at first, lock you into those stats. So then you only upgrade those. I'm still concerned the decision tree would be too simple. Hey, LA, welcome back. You've been here several streams in a row. Makes things more interesting to think in terms of synergies rather than individual stats. Allows players to go for specific builds that can win, but the player has to discover them. Yeah, so if we consider what are some of those things that might happen here, like let's look at a simple character like the rogue. Everything they do is either attack faster, deal more damage, or potentially buff their Cloak of Shadows, which can increase their dodge chance and stuff. So like that's everything that they can do. There aren't really builds for the rogue. It's just do a ton of damage. That's their sole purpose. We could alter skills to say something like this ability now hits 2 targets. But I think at any given point, you're still going to consider like what's doing the most damage. Watch the streak. Do I have that enabled in the stream? I think I have that turned off. I'm not sure though. Synergies can involve multiple adventures. Yeah, and that was the building block foundation of adventures originally. Is like, well, your rogue might die, but you've got a warrior there to make sure they don't die. I'm sort of thinking that survivability means less in this mode. Why even have the paladin on your team if your team is already surviving? Like, I do think it would be interesting to have a survival dungeon where you just have to live for 1 minute, but it's not fun and can't be sped up. I guess you'd increase the difficulty by seeing the deepest into a dungeon you can go without dying in like 10 seconds. It's kind of stupid. It's just kind of stupid. Yeah, I don't think we can go the survivability route. I just don't see how that would work, especially because of how some of these abilities work. Like the paladin has this ability, Shield Bash. Once every 2.5 seconds, you increase your damage mitigation slowly, so that after 50 seconds, you're at your maximum. And there are ways you can kind of speed that up. But in general, it's like you're not going to hit your maximum mitigation until a certain amount of time has passed. And it's a long enough time where it just probably wouldn't be fun for a mode like this. Seems strange in a game where you don't make choices during battle. Yeah, you're making the choices ahead of battle, though, and you still have ways of influencing that by choosing which adventurers go in and which stats did you prioritize for them. Have a battle clock that increases the amount or value of loot for each seconds your party survives. It's also a little risky to do something like that, because imagine that you do this. I send the cleric into a battle in the forest. They just don't do a lot of damage. There's also no risk of them dying, though. So, like, I'm then incentivized to pick a very slow party so that my loot goes up. Watch how long this is going to take, even at 8 times speed. There we go. They're about to win. All right, it took 43 seconds. So my loot here would be like 3 bows and 4 potions and 2 cloaks. Almost to the point where it's best to not level up my adventurers so that they just take forever. But yeah, I think going the survivability route probably doesn't make sense for this game. Yeah, which if survivability doesn't matter, then it further steers us toward giving you plus power, or like plus damage stats. I just still don't think that's interesting. I still don't think this is all that interesting, though. When presented with 3 characters whose power is going to go up some way or another, What are you actually choosing? Maybe they can add tweaks to the battle clock to prefer survivability over damage or vice versa. I guess there's another meta concern I have, which is that there's already kind of a lot going on, such that I don't think people are going to micromanage the battle aspect. Like, let's say I do have, let's do this. Let's send a couple characters into there, and let's send a couple characters into there, and let's send the last few over. Okay. So let's do something like this. So now we have 3 battles running. I'm getting loot. I'm probably like, okay, what shops do I need to put this stuff in? I'm probably thinking at a high level of like, where are my bottlenecks? Who wants what? How do I get them those things? What is my next like upgrade that I'm choosing? Such that I'm not even really paying attention very closely to like, did this battle complete in 2 minutes? My attention is probably just like everywhere else. And then I unlock this and I'm like, okay, got to start putting some potions in there because I'm losing this stuff otherwise. And oh, that's about to disappear. And where are the customers? And so I think it's okay maybe for battles to be in the background. Yeah. Will battles ever take enough of your focus that we can add a lot of depth there? Trying to come up with a bone to throw to the survival adventurers, they won't be completely useless. Well, I think we just shift them from survivability. So it's like the paladin will still have more defense than the other characters, but we just make them do more damage. Or we make them attack faster or something like that. Alternatively, we rebalance them so that, I don't know. Yeah. Like, I think it'll still matter a little bit because you'll still be able to choose how far into the map you go. All right, but again, thinking back to Vampire Survivors, what are you choosing there? Item choice? I'm not literally asking the question, by the way. What I mean is, yeah, this. So let's say you're looking at this screen. Where's that screen? Yeah, here, something like this. Okay, so if you played Vampire Survivors, you're already kind of familiar with what's going on here. But yeah, you just leveled up and you get to pick one of these 4 choices. And 3 of these items you don't even have. This one you do have, and it was already level 6, so now you're getting level 7 of this thing. So when you're considering which one of these am I choosing, you're doing an analysis of like, what is my character missing? What do I think they're going to need in 10 minutes? What do they need now? So maybe you're like, well, I could get this, but base damage up by 1 is not very impactful. And like, it's just not going to help me that much. So I should start to build up another item. So I'm going to take this one and get some AoE ability from far away. But at the end of the day, you're choosing one of 4 things. They're all straight upside. There is no way for one of these things to be considered negative. You're doing more damage, you're gathering things from farther away, you're getting more experience. Those are all positives. You're not choosing a negative. There is an opportunity cost here, and that by choosing this, you might lock yourself out of some of these other options later. But at the end of the day, all you're trying to think of is, how will I survive? How will I kill more enemies, which is going to let me survive? No limited options, so you might lose access to an update forever. Yeah. But the point I'm trying to make here is, this isn't super complex decision making. And I don't think that's the point of the game. I think the point of the game is like, look at all these gems in the background, look at all the enemies, look at all the projectiles you shoot. The point of the game is just to kind of sit back and have fun, not for it to be like the hardest possible game. Yeah, like this. This is an average view of Vampire Survivors. If you've never seen this game, you're probably like, what is going on here? But yeah, you're shooting all of these projectiles, these meteors that you see, these crosses that you see, these little diamond things that you see. The streaks from the diamonds are there. You can see all these gems on the ground you can collect, and everything else you see on the screen is an enemy. And that's the game. It's destroy every single thing you can possibly see. And literally all you're doing is moving. You are not aiming any of this stuff. They're moving can sometimes aim things. So like your daggers move in the direction that you're moving. But other than that, you're not pressing like a fire button. You're not aiming like in a dual stick shooter. I feel like most people play idleish games to have a chill number go up experience. Yeah. And maybe that's what we need to lean into. Vampire Survivors is a mostly chill experience, even toward the end of a run. There's some risk and reward, but in general, a lot of builds can work. And finding the best one and repeating that is also fine if you find that fun. This is a roguelike mode, though. But Vampire Survivors is a roguelike game. I think they're very, very similar. Like the choices you get here are the same sorts of choices you get in Skeleseller, in challenge mode at least. And they're both played with very little input. This just has arrow keys. Skeleseller just has you making high level decisions. So I think letting that fantasy of building up a city, I think letting that shine is what's important. And I think that should steer our focus for battle perks. I don't think battles need to be the focus. The game can still be... The game at its core is still idle light. And there will also... Yeah, still idle light. So we should aim to make the battle perks as fun as possible. Maybe they can be lumped in with other perks. That's interesting. What if we lumped in battle perks with the other perks? Oh, there's another weird thing here too. Sludge is only used for battle perks. However, the treasure room takes gold, and it can also increase adventurer power. There's too much going on there to make informed decisions. All right, so what if we lump these in with other perks? How would you even choose them, I guess? And there was a reason why I didn't do this in the first place. We could like attach battle perks to this. I'm not sure if that'd be a good idea, but just thinking aloud here, imagine if harvesting efficiency, like this isn't super appealing to you, but at the bottom of this, you see like +1 battle perk. So not only do you get what you see here, but you also see this, and we, draw a little add-on here. So now this might influence your decision making. Where you're like, oh, well, I didn't really want this, but I do want the battle perk. And it's not like this is bad. And then I guess what it would do is act like you would just purchase one. So now you get to this screen and you can pick, okay, yes, I'll upgrade the cleric. I think no matter what, I think when you get to this screen is when I already have a problem. Because I don't really know what you're trying to prioritize here. I think it's do I build up an adventurer that I've already been building up, and we've got some like mega battle going on with them? Do I spread the power around? Do I go for skills over stats? Because what we could do, we could simplify the whole thing. What if we drastically simplified battle perks so that it's just choose an adventurer to level up, rogue, mage, or paladin. And then leveling them up gives them health, power, and a random skill. Well, a random skill point. How about this? A point in a random skill. So this is much more one-dimensional. You're not like building up a special kind of adventure or something. You're just choosing where do I want the power to go. I don't think that's as interesting. I think this is less interesting. There's not much variance. And you wouldn't even know which, well, you could know which skill it is. We would at least need to tell you which skill you're getting. in the scenario where battle perks are lumped in with regular perks, I assume they'd be on par with the other perks, which I assume is pretty powerful. Yeah, so that's another way of doing this. There's like option one is attach them to the town perks so that you get, say, plus 20% crop growth and 1 battle perk. And option two is replace town perks with battle perks sometimes, and then make the battle perks like commensurate with the town perks. Maybe a perk to level all adventurer types. Also a perk to just max out an adventurer skill. I'm not... I think adventurer types, I guess you're thinking of like damage, tank, etc. I'm not sure how I even feel about this simplification. I do think this is less interesting, but it's hard to pinpoint exactly why. Like imagine if we cut out, in fact, let's go cut this out. Let's go to battle perks and let's do a couple things. Let's create the farm, so I don't need to keep clicking this thing. And then in battle perk generator, let's make it so that when we generate choices, we just generate... Wait a second, what is this doing? What was I going to do? I was going to cut out all the ones that are uninteresting. Yeah, so how about this? Let's just say, let me reload this. Hey, Dark. Welcome in, welcome in. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to say if perk ID is equal to... Actually, how about this? If new hash set battle perk ID... I'm gonna do it this way. Perks not to grant. We're gonna say fortitude, dodge, healing received, and what was the other one? There was one other one. I don't remember what it was. Fortitude, dodge, lifesteal. Yeah. So if perks not to grant dot contains a perk ID, then just return null. Okay. So now let's try this out. So now you only see the plus power perks. So let's click this and this and this. Yeah. So yeah, I think this is more interesting because the values are different. Yeah. Okay. This kind of convinces me. This is definitely more interesting. But we need to think of what other ways can we increase the power of something, I think. You end up with the Elder Scroll, health, mana, stamina, level up increase, but are missing the perk part. I think the perks are still interesting. I think, okay, so right now we only have a total of 4 stats that I think can show up here. This one, which is Thorns, this is Haste, this is Power, and the 4th one isn't actually showing here, which is this, a skill. So yeah, there are only 4. And I like even just what this has you do, which is compare like, oh man, that might be a good ability, but it only comes with 4 power, whereas this one comes with 5 power and some thorns. So I like this a lot. Is it a cooldown reduction? Yeah. There will eventually be tooltips for this stuff, by the way. Right now it's over here. But yeah, how much faster all active abilities are used. A value of 100% means you will act twice as fast. So I think I do like this. I tested out removing the unfun stats, and I think it works wonders. Now there is one other thing we can do here. So let's just paste this in. I do think we can add the unfun stuff back in, but have it show last and in addition to the fun stuff. So imagine if at the bottom of this, we always generate 1 more perk. So how do we do this? It's going to be a little bit difficult because I never planned on having this happen this way, huh? Yeah, hold on. All right, fine. Let's go write some other code for this. All right, so we get all battle perks and we just try to add all of them. So this is going to get all the ones that are not in here. And that, okay, great. And then what we'll do at the end of this is grant one more. So perks.add, generate battle perk. And then what we'll do is we'll take perks not to grant dot to list dot sample one. Yeah. Okay, let's try that. Is there a world where you would ever pick the choices for healers and tanks? Yeah, so thorns is a property that can show up. So like let's say you have the warrior. The warrior has taunt, which makes all enemies attack them. So now if every time they're getting attacked, they're returning damage to the enemy, that's very valuable. And then as a result of that, you might be like, well, now I really want the warrior in my party and they're taking a lot of damage. So now let's put them with a healer, or let's buff their survivability as well. So I think that can be interesting. All right, so now here's what we've done. We've made the last stat each of these times be an unfun stat, but it's not taking the place of another one now. So we have plus 13 health. Health always shows up. We have 2 power influencing stats. So literally power, haste, a skill, which is not necessarily power, but can be. And then we have a defensive stat showing up at the bottom. So this has chance to dodge. So, okay, I think this formulation might be the best. But I do think it's a lot to read now. How is dodge the unfun one? So, sorry, you're coming in a little late to the conversation, but in general, like survivability in a timed mode is just not that interesting or easy to pay attention to. And even when I was playing the game myself, I was just like, all right, what's going to make me do these battles faster? I just want more loot. So if a dodge chance puts you just barely into the next location, like you were fighting in the jungle and now you can go to the crypt, will you pay that close attention to it? Will you even know? Doesn't it cost you a bunch of time to go to the crypt and realize, oh, that wasn't enough, and then have to go back to the jungle? So I just don't think the survivability ones are fun to have in exchange for the power ones. But I think they're still fun to think about because they can make your builds go bonkers. And maybe we even make these larger as a result of this. Because now this is the only way you can get dodge, is it by having it show up in a 1 out of 4 time. So maybe we could say like plus 15% chance to dodge. You're like, oh my God, my spirit caller is crazy. No one's dying at all here. Yeah, I think this is important. I think something like this is really good. So update, sure enough, yeah, this looks very healthy for decision making. Okay, so is that good enough? Does this let you express some kind of creativity here, I guess? We should probably always list these in the same order, by the way. That's a minor conclusion here. But yeah, battle perks, we should always list these in the same order. Or use icons or something to make them easier to compare at a glance. And I already coded half these things. And then I wonder, should we have more battle perks to influence power? We only have 4 right now. Not even sure what we could do. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know what we could do. Does lifesteal apply to thorns? No. I asked about that and people said that doesn't make sense, so I cut it out. Oh, is that design by subtraction beaten into me? How do you start from scratch then? Do I just not understand what design by subtraction means? Removing imperfections and extraneous parts in order to strengthen the core elements. Okay, so yeah, at some point you need to do additive design, I guess. Okay, so battle perks, always listed in the same order. Battle perks aren't very interesting. Part of it is probably because the battles themselves aren't very interesting. I don't think battles need to be the focus. The game at its core is to lie to light. We should make that to be as fun as possible. Yeah, and then what are we doing with sludge? What are we doing with sludge? there a problem there? Battle perks should be changed such that we always offer health and 1 defensive. Actually, maybe, what if instead of granting health, we always gave you 2 defensive perks? Or sorry, I said that poorly. We still offer 4. Right now, out of the 4, the breakdown is always health and then always 2 random power perks and then always 1 other defensive perk. But what I'm proposing is, what if it was always 2 random power perks and 2 random defensive perks? Health could be one of these, but it isn't guaranteed. And I don't know. I think this is pretty minor. We'd probably just need to play test this to figure this out. Yeah, so right now. Like, is it more interesting to sometimes get health, but sometimes get other stats that could matter? The thing I'd worry about is if we have... We have health, fortitude. So we should have 5 of these, right? Or 5, yeah. So health would have a 2/5 chance. Well, any of these would have a 2/5 chance of showing up. So if health is super important, only getting it 40% of the time may not be great. I guess it all comes down to that. Anyway, should be changed such that we always offer at least 2 offensive perks. We may always offer at least 2 defensive perks or offensive and 1 defensive. We may even want to change it so that health is replaced with 1 more defensive perk. Which could be health, but it isn't a guarantee. Okay, I think that'd be interesting. Part of me also wonders, what if leveling up is what gave you the health so that we didn't need to list it every time? When you choose a perk, if I click warrior here, yeah, it says perk bonus 11. I don't know. That's something playtesting I think will decide. Playtesting will probably decide this based on how important health seems to be. All right, so what else is there? Because I think we're getting closer and closer to what we need to have. So here are the major decisions that we've made so far. One is, when you enter challenge mode, you're going to get the choice of a specialization, and that specialization is going to influence your very starting, like we haven't done any decisions yet. We are already going to have something that's been modified. So for example, maybe we start with a farm and it's got a whole bunch of crops on it already. And like that might be your specialization. We went into farm specialization. So like this thing is giving us tons of sludge. We're going to level up all of our adventurers pretty quickly. Maybe we start with warehouse specialization. You've got a full warehouse. It's already starting with items in it. Maybe you start with adventurer specialization, and then you start with, actually, maybe you start with like 5 adventurers. So now you can go battle in a bunch of different places. So I think those specializations will be interesting. There could be like tavern specialization. You start with, let's say, 4 workers. So you're doing less on your own. Is your keyboard cam upside down so it's out of your way, mirrored vertically for the stream? Yes. So it's on my monitor right now. And yeah, it's pointed down at my camera, so then I need to invert it. It's so weird that I can somehow tell. Yeah, the only other way to do this would be to have it like over my shoulder, in which case you'd see it, or hanging from the ceiling. And hanging it from the ceiling is not something I wanted to do. Well, I guess it didn't have to be the ceiling. It could just be a stand that's like higher up than this camera, but I still didn't want you to see it there. You ever go to a wireless corn? Probably eventually I might. I like the idea of not having cables, but this one has LEDs, and depending on how LEDs are wired, I'm not an electrical engineer. Apparently they're just always consuming power even if they're not on. So like this being wireless would not work. But I also soldered the LEDs poorly, so I never have them on anyway. So I guess I technically don't need them, but I really, really like LEDs on a keyboard. I think they're so cool to see this effect as you're typing, that whatever key you press lights up. It's just so fun. But yeah, I can't do that because I broke my other half. I do a larger battery too. Yeah, that's true. Plus, nothing stops you from just leaving it plugged in all the time anyway, right? So I guess you could choose to use it wirelessly when you want. But if you're going to get a wireless keyboard, I guess the whole point is you're using it wirelessly most of the time. Okay, so is there any other problems that I see here? Are there any other problems that I see? Oh, runs being different from one another. Have we addressed whether runs feel different from one another? So let's say you do start with a full farm. How is your full farm run differing from other full farm runs? Because I guess in this mode, what you'd be doing, and let's start some battles here. So let's send you guys into there, and you guys into there, and the rest of you into here. Okay, so we're running all these. Let's speed this up a little bit so that it's like I had done this a minute ago. Yeah, so we're getting some potions, and now I'm going to want more workers because I have this farm, and I don't want to drag items here myself. I probably am not going to prioritize the potion shop. If there are any perks that let me dictate how much of each kind of item can drop, I might prioritize those. And there should still be some perks for the farm that I can invest in. So for example, if I choose town perk here and I click this one, harvesting efficiency, I'm like, oh my God, this is great because I started with a farm. So now I'm super happy I got that. Yeah, I think this could work. I think we just need enough variety of perks. Let me do that. Yeah, we're slowly growing some carrots here. So I'll let a few more grow so that I can use my new perk I got for harvest 5 things at a time. Click, click. Yeah. Yeah, I think that could work. Do you always get 4 stats per perk, or do you run out at some point? You can only run out of the skill perk. So like once you've unlocked every single skill, you won't be offered the skill perk anymore. But since that's the only one you can run out of, actually that's not true. There are other ones you can run out of as well. I guess I technically made it so there's a limit to how much dodge you can get and a limit to how much damage mitigation you can get. But even then, I don't think it was worth adding those limits. Like, so what if you have 100% dodge? Yeah, now the adventurer can't die. That doesn't necessarily overpower the run. It's kind of interesting. Averting crisis mode, yeah. So does different focus on the town or the combat or both? The experience of playing through challenge mode. So let's say our combat was like an action RPG style combat. We would probably just focus on the combat because I think that would be interesting enough. And then you'd feel like, okay, my run is changing as I'm playing different modes. But all I care about is, and this is the metric I care about. When you see this screen, you win, awesome, congrats, there's a bunch of fanfare, and you click this button, do you then click this button? So if you do, then awesome, it's a success. Because you're like, that was fun enough where I want to play again. That's the only real metric. And however we get there, we could have the exact same run every time, and the game is just so fun that people are like, I want to do it again. I want to go back on this ride. I don't think that's likely. So I think there need to be some variations. And I think we'll get there by virtue of having this starting thing influence a bit of your run and having enough perks that it'll play out differently. So I think so, but we still need a bunch of perks to play up the differences between the specializations that we offer. Yeah. So 3 adventures with 3 random battle perks each. Or start with fully upgraded shops. Or start with 5 workers. Yeah. It's interesting. Definitely interesting. Maybe the most basic form could even just be start with 400 gold and 100 sludge. Oh my God. I just, every single time we go through this process, I feel the exact same way. Beforehand, it's like a dread and uncertainty. During it, it is meandering, this sense of wandering and aimlessness almost. And then after, it's like a wave of relief and a sense of responsibility. Like now I have to go code all this stuff. Oh, you're now blue, Karada. And also minor uncertainty. Like, did we do the right thing? Is this enough? Sense of being overwhelmed as well. Yeah, that is there too. Feeling overwhelmed. And yet, I think in general, we've been steering the game in the right direction. So here's what I think my just overall conclusion is. We need to implement as much of this as we can and release it to playtesters as soon as possible. And then if they like it, then we have our seal of approval and we can continue polishing things. So I want to address the things we just came up with and any top level feedback I had before as an example of something minor. But like every minor thing adds up. So here we see Paladin, I pick a thing. Next time I see Paladin, it doesn't tell you what I picked or that I even picked something. I don't even know that I have the Paladin. I have to click the Adventurers tab to find out that I don't. So like little things like that do make it harder to play this game. So we need to fix those sorts of problems too. If we didn't, I think playtesters could potentially be like, all right, I'm playing a very rough alpha. I'm going to overlook that. But yeah, those things make it harder to judge. Are you having fun? Okay, my to-do list is a mess right now. So I said IMO, do the obvious stuff, balancing treasure room, fixing bugs and usability issues. Maybe even just turning off the treasure room at first is the best idea. Maybe we should just outright disable the treasure room at first, since I never balanced it even for the main game. Okay, there were a couple other questions. So the next major thing we need to do is consolidate to-do items from the newest set of design or newest set of scratch notes. And ideally we bundle it into the design, but it may not be worth doing that. It's kind of busy work at this point. All right, so let's get a thing here. Bookmark, copy, and paste. Okay, so there's that. We did have some questions though. What are we doing with sludge? Is there a problem here? Yeah, so something kind of weird is that the only thing you spend this currency on is battle perks. And as I mentioned, it's just weird. It's not even necessarily bad. So is it bad? I don't know. And like we can make this also cost money, but I think that's maybe bad. We can make other things cost sludge, or we could make it so that this just turns into money somehow. I don't like that though. I like having a different currency, and I think it does change your decision. So I think we're just going to say no for right now. We'll just keep an eye on this. It's a little weird, but it's not necessarily bad. All right, is it interesting to have to unlock locations? If you feel you have a strong party, you'd probably be able to go to any arbitrary location to test them out. His other thought process here was, let's say you do start with 5 adventurers, but you're forced to only go to the forest. So now you have to unlock all the other locations, and they cost money. Should we even do that? Or should we just be like, blam, you have every location available to you. Go fight wherever you think you can manage it. I think that's maybe more interesting. And it's very likely you're going to start with a forest, but it's not a guarantee. And you shouldn't have to build up the money to be able to, like, this might cost you a total of 300 to get to here. Yeah, I think that's how it should be. And then if you can beat the Inferno and you want an even more difficult location, we could allow for you to like repeat the map with the harder locations. Okay, I think we should do that. Other decisions. I think we should unlock every location for you from the get-go. We should probably also grant you the perk to battle elites again. But maybe we set their level to 0 the first time around, so that you can actually beat them. There's, yeah. Maybe we just turn off elites for now. Yeah, let's just turn off elites for now. This will just disable elites for challenge mode, but we'll come back to that decision later. Okay. And should we have more battle perks to influence power? We only have 4 right now. Let's figure that out later. All right. So specializations. Man. I don't know. Let's put this down here. Add specializations. So what are they? Add UI to choose these before the run. Just have several radio buttons at first and tooltips over each option. And the options are going to be start with a full warehouse and some items in the warehouse. Start with a full farm and get, maybe not even get seeds more cheaply. Start with a full farm and several farm perks. Start with 3 adventurers with X random battle perks each. Start with fully upgraded shops. Is that even interesting? I don't even think that's interesting. Let's maybe in more customers. Yeah. Start with like 4 to 5 workers and start with 400 gold and 100 sludge. Something like that. Yeah. So we give you a few options. Yeah. All right. So that's the specializations. Next up is town perks for buildings. I wrote that we should probably have these show up even when you haven't unlocked the building. And if we do this, then the building perks need to say how many perks you've gotten already. So here's one of the problems I realized when I was playing through. Like right now, we only have the farm. So if I go buy a town perk, it won't give me any perks for the warehouse, of which none exist right now anyway, the garbage slime, the enchanter, the treasure room, or the pond. So 5 categories are removed from the pool. So the odds that you get a farm perk are very high. We did not get one here, but we get this again and we still didn't get one. And now we got 1. So we're 1 for 3. We are 1 for 4. Now we got 2 offered. So let's say 2 for 5. And now we got 2 offered again. So 3 for 6. And that's 4 for 7 and 5 for 8. So we've already 5 out of 8 of these, the majority of them had farm perks there. That is steering your build a little too heavily toward this. So I think what we need to do is give you the perks even if you haven't unlocked the building for it. And that might encourage you to go build that building. So now when you choose build and you're like, oh, I already have 4 perks for this thing. Like, yeah, maybe you choose that. So it'll be less steering. I don't think we have to do that right now, but I think we probably should. So change building based perks, or change, I'll just say town perks. All perks, all building based perks should be allowed to show even if you don't have the building. This way you don't steer the perks by having only one building at a time. And then buildings need to show you how many perks you've already chosen for each building. This requires the perks to know which building they belong to. Maybe we just list them out. And then what else? Oh yeah, fix any null pointer related issues that may happen with this. E.g., most perks require that the building already exists for it to have an effect. Whereas now we need the init function for a building to run that code. All right, and I'll write a meta note. I don't think this is necessary for phase 1. Playtesters can just be told that they can steer perks a bit too much right now and that we're going to do something about it. Most roguelikes have a way for the player to put their thumb on the odds for perks. I was viewing not building something as that mechanic, which will go away with this change. Yes, but there are other ways that you can put your thumb on this perk. So we have a bunch of meta perk. Where are they? Yeah, here. Meta perks. You get one more perk option each time. You can re-roll perks. Those are pretty much it. So yeah, imagine you got a bunch that you were like, oh, I don't like any of these. Click re-roll, and I don't know, maybe it costs some money. Maybe it was a perk option for you to get it. Maybe we just... I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what we would do. But yeah, I think it would be a problem for balance. And I don't know it yet, so let's release it to playtesters first like that. But I think it's a problem when the majority of the perks I found were for the farm, and the farm is already better than it should be. So now we've like fully maxed out the farm, and we're probably getting way more sludge than we would be normally getting. And maybe crops are auto-harvesting themselves, and we're like, wow, this trivialized the game. Or you know what? What we could do is we could make that be an ascension level thing. Yeah, that might be interesting. I like that idea. Increase difficulty. We could make it so that you get perks for adventurers and buildings that you don't have yet. Yeah. This would drastically increase the difficulty if we did it for adventurers, I think. It also changes up your decision making, though. To the point where it would be tough to balance the mode before and after this ascension level. Do you want the perks for owned buildings to appear less often? Weighted random? No, I don't think so. Because then you do sort of the opposite of this, right? You'd like build up the perks for a building you don't have. And then if you don't find it, you'd be like, oh, I just wasted a whole bunch of... I wasted a whole bunch of this. I get that there's some risk reward there, but I don't think it's fun risk reward. I think it's a very speculative one where you're putting all your eggs in one basket and you might not even get the basket. Or what we could do here is we could do the weighted random in this ascension level. Alternatively, we could do weighted randomness for this ascension level. E.g., 40% of the time, building related perk. Wait, how do I say this? I don't know how to even write this. Normally we generate perks and we cut out the ones for buildings you... Yeah. So we say like 40% chance that we don't cut out perks for buildings you don't have. So it is weighted toward the ones you have, I guess. But yeah, that would be for an ascension level, let's say. Best building. Well, the fishing pond is also good. And the treasure room should also be good. The enchanter will probably need more perks for, and the warehouse will need some perks for it. And then what's the only other building you can get? I guess, yeah, the farm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, garbage slime. Yeah, garbage slime is massive. In fact, maybe we should have a garbage slime specialization. I didn't come up with one for this. Although I think garbage slime specialization could possibly be like the best possible thing you could do. This is risky. This is probably better than upgrading the shops. You could re-roll with save and load. Save before buying perks. Choose, load the game. Yeah, you can't currently save challenge mode, but once you can save, yes, you'd be able to do that. We could try to save a random seed and prevent you from save scrubbing, but I don't really think it's important. If you re-roll stuff and that's how you find it fun to play, I think you should just be able to do that. All right, what else? I think we unlock every location from the get-go. Yeah. Unlock every location from the get-go. This won't let you beat elites, but I think that's okay. Alternatively, we set the elites to level 0 and then remove the auto win from the ogre battle by having 2 adventurers. This is going to destroy the speedrunning community. Always list these in the same order. Yeah, so this is some battle perk stuff. Change battle perks. There's that one. There's this one. And that's pretty much it. Okay, crisis averted. All right, we got a lot to do. Yeah, we got a lot to do. Okay, I should probably take a quick break. Here's what I'm thinking is the amount of stuff that's on this list right now. Like, we'll tackle some of it today. But there's no way we can get done with it in even 2 days, I think. It's probably going to be that sometime next week, I'm hoping we can get this out to playtesters. And they can start giving their feedback. Busto, thanks for the resub. Happy 5 months. Yeah. All right, I'll go take my break. Is it jump time? It's jump time. hello again. Close the game. GG. One player, 12 seconds left. All right, so should I change the title? APG Racer. What is the title right now? Something about a crisis. Challenge mode, more like crisis mode. I think it's fine. Let's just leave it. All right, I want to get to work. So I changed something. I changed this. I changed game constants already though. Starting maximum customers. I think setting this to 4 for challenge mode is necessary if we're starting with the shops. And it actually kind of makes me wonder if we're going to have specializations, should we start with all shops? But let's not worry about that for now. I have a to-do, set this back to 2 for regular mode. We need a way of differentiating between these. So I will leave this as is for now. And we'll put this in some like cleanup stuff over here. Clean up. Some of this doesn't need to be done in this phase. But address the to-do item in next to this. Actually, not even address the to-do item. Just like set this back to 2. Allow starting maximum customers to be 2 in regular mode and 4 in challenge mode. We'll probably... Did I already write about this? Yeah. All right, we'll put this in cleanup. We'll probably want to do this by splitting town perk max customers. Yeah, cool. Oops. There we go. Okay. So let's check that in. Increase starting customers to 4. This also affects non-challenge mode. This also affects the base game. So I have a to-do item for myself to fix this eventually. But I want to be able to test challenge mode. And we need more customers for it to work at the beginning of the game. Oh man, there's another playtest question I should ask. Where is it? Hey Chris, thanks for the raid. Welcome in everybody. We are we're going through a little bit of a crisis right now. Let me do the shout and everything. I hope your stream was good. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. So I've been working on Skeleseller for a while. I'll try to give you the very short context of this. Up until about a week ago, there was just this new game button. You would start the game, you'd be presented with normal Skeleseller. That's all we ever had planned. And people would play the game and they would say, this is fun, but I would like more game for there to be playable. And to put the development time toward making new content is not the best trade-off in terms of just ratio spent. So an hour of development time might result in like 10 more seconds of gameplay. I'm exaggerating a bit, but really it would take like a month or 2 to get maybe half an hour of extra gameplay. So instead, I wanted to work on something called challenge mode. And the idea of this is that it would be a shorter mode. So it'd be about half an hour, 45 minutes, and it'd have a lot of roguelike qualities to it. So now instead of choosing what you're building here, you are instead buying a perk or choosing a set of buildings. And then you're presented with those options just like in a normal roguelike game. So here we might say, you know what? Yeah, the armor shop isn't selling enough items. Let's choose this. And now our armor shop got 2 more item displays in it. I tried this out yesterday for the first time. We'd been designing this for a while. We'd been developing it, and it just didn't feel right. Some things were a little broken about it, I think, and it's hard to evaluate what needed to be done to make it fun. So this morning, I spent about 2 hours so far designing solutions to the problems that I found. And I think we ended up in a decent spot. So now the very first thing is when you click challenge mode, instead of just hitting start new challenge run, you're going to pick a specialization. And that specialization is going to affect what you start with. So right now I have 1 adventurer. But maybe one of the specializations is you start with 3 adventurers, or you start with 5 or something like that. Or you start with 3 that are level 3 already. So those I think can change the runs enough from the beginning and then start steering your decisions a little bit. Or maybe you start with, I don't know, the enchanter or something like that. And then you You play the run out totally differently as a result. Hey, Rux. Guess we should have some class that you access with the game mode type for those constants and you get values without doing this code switching. Yeah, I think this is one of those times where I've talked about mindful tech debt in the past. I want to test challenge mode because if this doesn't end up being fun, we're going to undo all of this. So doing everything properly is going to take that many more hours. And I want this to look good once we do have the final code. So anyway, it's a mix of approaches here. But like I said, I know I'm not coding all of this well. We're trying to get it to the point where people can test it. So anyway, yeah, welcome everyone. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I've noticed more and more raids that I perform, raids that are done to me, there are like very few chatters who even chat now. And I kind of wonder how the culture changed that started happening. I think part of it might have to do with programming streams in particular. It's like you went from someone who's probably been working on a project for a while to someone else who's been working on a project for a while. You're like, I'm done watching this. But yeah, like I said, I'm happy to be interactive. Otherwise, I just tend to be productive the whole stream. So that's what I'm going to default to. And that's what we're going to start doing again here. Okay, so ideally we randomize all the loot, update the rewards tooltip on battle map, and change the inputs. However, for a very first version, we could curate the loot list. So we haven't finished doing this. All the locations need for different items to drop. And I don't think I want them all to be a weapon, a potion, and armor every single time. The forest probably needs to drop a little of each so that the shops remain stocked. Alternatively, maybe we change customer behavior so that an empty shop isn't considered. Because right now customers are just wasting time going to the other shops. And we do need at least a potion and a weapon to drop. I think changing customer behavior is probably going to be important. But if we do make the change, then it might also make it so that making customers move faster and adding more customers might not be as worthwhile. But I'll write this down that I think we at least need to do this. We probably need to change customer behavior so that they don't consider shops without items as much. That way, not each location needs to drop a weapon, an armor, and a potion. I don't actually know how this is going to work. If you start with the treasure room, you need to get weapons. And that means each location needs to be dropping better weapons. And they need to be dropping better potions. If we do this, maybe we can lower the starting number of customers. I don't want to invalidate the customer perks, like plus speed or plus customers. Yeah, I don't know a way around this right now. As I kind of mentioned, so this machine takes potions. So if you win a battle and you can't get potions, then you can't fuel the farm and you can't fuel the fishing pond. Similarly, the treasure room here, this machine takes weapons. So if you don't get weapons, you can't make keys. You wouldn't really do much to revert it. Think of a simple class A value, which automatically takes something based on your mode. You might end up never doing anything other than challenge mode to use it. I can think of the mechanism in place that we use to do this. I just, like, think of every little change that needs to be done to make that happen. In order to return, like, we're basically going to have, like, if challenge mode. Actually, we're going to have something like this, right? If return challenge mode, class A, otherwise class B. Like, for this to work, the definition of this function needs to be public, some like shared base class or interface, and then like get class based on mode. So it's not just that you make this function. Now you need A and B to adhere to this shared interface. So probably you could make them both inherit from the same class, and then that's how you do this. But then you need to figure out, like, okay, well, what does that class need to look like? What are we fetching from this? So that there is still enough work that needs to be done and some thoughtful design that needs to be put into this. I miss jump time. So I'm steamed about this. It's pouring out of my ears right now. Yeah, so is there some other solution for this? Let me just go back to our scratched notes that we have here. When it comes to itemization, we need potions for the extractor and weapons for the weapon grinder. If we don't give you those, then you can't really use half of the buildings. Farm, pond, and weapon grinder. Alternatively, we ruin the economies for those things. So like right now, a key costs 50 gold. We could lower that. We can make it 10 gold. But then you probably have way more keys than you need. Maybe that's not a problem. Basically, like, what would it mean if I didn't have the volcano drop a weapon, which is the second location, and you started with the treasure room? It would mean that you would still only get keys from weapons from the first area, which may take a ton of battles. Lost control for a second. Just seeing red. Sorry, seeing red is a curse word. I was visually impaired. Pardon my French. Yeah, I mean, I guess this is it's one or the other, or we have the player steer it. So option one is we itemize locations in a certain way such that you may not get what you want. Option two is we allow you to steer itemization. Or option three is we try to accommodate every scenario by having locations drop a little bit of everything. I like randomized loot. I don't think it's necessary for the first version of this. So yeah, I think for phase two, let's write that down. Randomized loot at each location. So let's write this stuff down. Design this first. My concern was that half of the buildings, farm, pond, treasure room, take a specific kind of item. If every location is unlocked from the get-go, maybe it won't be as much of a problem. Just make random loot an ascension. Yeah, that could be it. I'll write that down. Although we still need a balance. Could randomize loot from locations so that you're not guaranteed to get potions / weapons for a particular building. Maybe after the forest, at least. Could also just decrease loot from locations. I think this is like you sort of get to the point where it's borderline not fun. This is my experience playing Slay the Spire 2 as a casual player. Like I played a lot of it. I just haven't ascended on all of the characters to level 20. I've only beaten one of them. So as you get more and more of these constraints on your game, it's like I feel like I have less creativity. I'm more directed into the super powerful builds that I might have discovered in the past. Or that I could do any build, but it's just not fun for the first like half of the game where I feel like, oh man, I'm just barely skating by here. Now, granted, I think the point is for it to be difficult and fun, but I think the difficulty is meant to override the fun. Sort of like if you just kept having spicier and spicier food. At some point, you probably can't handle it. And maybe there's like the tiniest bit of enjoyment, but it's fleeting. It's kind of how I feel about the Ascension stuff. It's just like adding a ton of spice. Also, for the record, I really like spicy food, but I think the analogy still works. All right, so we did this. Bundle this into the design. I'll write that down if I have any extra time. Also, I didn't look at the roadmap. We got to do that. Maybe we do that on Monday. Although I kind of want to put this off for as long as possible because we just need to finish challenge mode. Maybe wait until we're done with challenge mode since it's a necessity. All right, what was the thing I just said? Oh yeah, the design. Make the design of challenge mode reflect the conclusions from here. And the from here is this. Oop, done. Cool. I'm going to X that out for right now. I'll write this down somewhere over here. And yeah, let's get to some actual coding. Hooray! Oh, wait. I never even fixed the loot stuff, did I? Yeah. All right. So for a first version, just curate the loot list with a little of everything. Yeah, I'll do that a little bit later. Make sure quests take items you can get from these locations and file it to do item about not faking this stuff eventually. Yeah, I'll come back to that because I want to address some of these other things first. Okay, so do we have any outstanding code that I want to check in? Not really, not yet. All right, so error probably generating 0 loot items. So let's try this out because I don't think this is a problem unless you have the warehouse. But I don't know. So let's just unlock a bunch of adventures and send them in. And then speed it up and then see if a bug happens. So we're going to just speed this up a ton. And we're going to look for an exception. Actually, we could just look and see did any 0 items drop. Okay, it's too fast. Oh, no, it definitely did. And there is no exception. So it's only when you have the warehouse. So let's go build the warehouse now. I was not offered the warehouse. Please offer me the warehouse. I was not offered the warehouse. Please just give me the stupid warehouse. There it is. Okay, now I'm guessing it'll produce an exception. Yep. Okay, cool. So let's go fix the exception. So storeroom, grant items. That's what's failing. I think it's going to be pretty easy to fix. I do wonder, and I think I have a picture of this maybe. No, I don't. Yeah, I do wonder if we should even show that an item didn't drop. It's kind of weird to have a quantity of 0 of that. Yeah, it is kind of weird. Let's just stop that from happening then. So I think town has add loot or add items, which takes in the instance loot. And anytime there's a quantity of 0, just don't show it. So where do we generate this? Generate loot. Easy. Easy. Roll drops once. Okay, so this right here, num items. If num items greater than 0. Done. Problem solved. So you basically lose an item. What I'm saying is you can get like sword 0 to 1. So you could get 0 swords from this thing. It's not that you're losing an item. It's just that you're not getting an item. Whereas in the base game, you always get loot every single time you beat a location. Now that's not a guarantee anymore. Although, to be honest, we probably want it to be a guarantee for the forest at least. But let's go try this out. Yeah, a lot of this is balance stuff that I just can't figure out without testing it. Where is the warehouse? There. Okay. Now we do the same thing we did before. Unlock all adventures. Actually, if we just power them up to max, that would also let us test this. All right. Well. All right, now we speed this up. And it should not fail. Oops, drat. That's not what I meant to do. All right, yeah, no exceptions. All right, so fix bug with granting 0 of an item. The warehouse didn't know how to handle this. the solution was to stop generating 0x of an item. And that comes from here. Easy. Okay, so that bug is fixed. Done. Next up, maybe we should just outright disable the treasure room. Let's put that toward the bottom. I'm still not certain about this. I'm leaning toward disabling it because we didn't finish testing it in the base mode. But then there's no way for you to test this here. It's certainly the easiest. So yeah, I think let's just do this. We'll do it for now. So we'll just make it impossible for you to get the treasure room. All right, how do we do this? Building generator. I can easily stop this from happening. So can build building, we just say false. Disabling this, like to do re-enable this when the treasure room is balanced. Yeah, there. But this is not the only thing we have to do. We also need to know how many buildings are there for the lose or the win screen. So if we go look at the challenge mode end screen, we have this total number of buildings is just get all the building IDs. If we look at where the treasure room is used, it's presumably like 4 spots. Yeah. One's there, one's there, one's there. Yeah, so we could cut this out. Or you could just subtract 1 and say the treasure room is not available. I think that's probably the smarter thing to do. So let's say total num buildings minus minus. To do remove this line when the treasure room is re-enabled. Yeah, there, that's it. Okay, so now there are only 5 buildings, which I'm not a huge fan of, but gotta cut some corners here. So if we go to build and we build all 5, there's no treasure room. There's no treasure room. There's no treasure room. Wait, that wasn't 5. Oh, because I started with the farm. Yeah, okay. That worked though. All right, so we've just cut out the treasure room. That's what that was all about. Yep, okay. So remove treasure room from challenge mode. I never balanced it for the main mode, and I think it's going to be a distraction for now. So I've just removed it temporarily from challenge mode. Okay, done. Make the volcano drop weapons, randomize the loot. We already have that written down somewhere else. The treasure room needs to cost less and allow for opening chests sooner. Yeah, when we finally get to the treasure room, we should write all this stuff down. I guess put this here. All right, what else? Enchanter mana recovers very slowly for challenge mode. Probably the same with slime hunger. I mean, there are upgrades for this. And when fully upgraded, you can cast a spell every 30 seconds. When fully not upgraded, how often are you casting a spell? Enchanter mana. Mana per second 3. So 400 divided by 3 divided by 60. So every 2.2 minutes. So 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Ish. Thereabouts. I know that's not how multiplication works. And you only have 45 minutes in total. And that's assuming that even if you got it at the very beginning, it'd be like you cast 22 spells. That's basically nothing. So we probably should speed that up. And maybe what we do is you just bump all of these by a little bit. Like what if we do it by 1? 400 divided by 4 divided by 60. So now it's 1 2/3, so 1 minute 40 seconds. I mean, there's really no two ways about this here. Unless we bump it by enough, I feel like this isn't going to feel very impactful. Such that you'll be like, why did I unlock this building? I'll leave that as an issue for later. I don't think we need to focus on this for right now. Instead of making it regen faster, what about putting in an active mechanic to speed it up, even just clicking? So I want to not add any features that arbitrarily add clicks. And this is like baked into the design. I think I wrote it in here. Could have sworn I wrote it somewhere. Wait, I do want to find this because I think this is an important thing for me to remember. I probably, yeah, here it is. Bad ideas. Artificially increased manual interaction, like harvesting a crop or clicking a crop causes it to grow faster. This is anti-accessibility and isn't fun, since playing the best would be just spamming a bunch of clicks. So yeah, that I want to avoid. Hey, Marco. How'd you add a green check mark? I'm trying the same approach, like writing down my thought process. I'm trying to choose an instrument and never considered Google Docs. So I'm doing that via Espanso. Espanso is on every major operating system, but if you're on Windows, auto hotkey I think is a little bit better. But yeah, basically it's just a text expansion. So like when I type apostrophe T, it types out technology, or O for organization, or this for a little flower emoji, or even like little script snippets if you wanted to. And this works anywhere on your operating system. So if I did want to echo a check mark or a rage face or something, I could do it from my console. I could do it from Discord. I think using Obsidian is probably best, unless you have a reason to not use Obsidian. Because Google Docs, I think, is really good for real-time sharing. And it's also good for just not considering sort of where your documents are stored. It's all in Google Drive. You probably have more than enough space on Google Drive, even if you have like no extra plans to store pretty much infinite documents. So that's some of the stuff I think about there. And then also I think like some of the decisions to use certain programs are happening because I'm streaming. And if I weren't streaming, I'd probably just use Obsidian for pretty much everything. But like sometimes I end up sharing these documents, and then just clicking a share button is so much easier than being like, all right, I got to put this note in the right spot. I got to then publish it every single time I want people to see it. Yeah. Okay, where did I leave off with this? Yeah, I'll keep my eye on this. I'm not certain there's a problem. There probably is. Yeah, I don't even know where to write this. Yeah, maybe just here. Maybe just bump the slime hunger perk by a bit. Yeah, sure thing, Marco. Also, do take a look through this stuff for any inspiration. Like a lot of what I do boils down. Oh, actually, you know what? I made a whole course on this, didn't I? And the course is free on YouTube. Yeah, a lot of what I did, certain categories here you might find interesting. Like probably most people type at least a couple of emojis, and having those emojis be more easily accessible to you is, I think, pretty important. But then things like typing the date. So every once in a while, I see me do this, where I'm like, whatever, thinking about the battle mode, and I don't ever even know what the date or time is. So I just leave that to the text expansion. If not clicking, could also drop mana potions. Just makes an alternate mechanic if the player wishes to spam a specific enchantment that fits their goal. Yeah, I think the other thing that's going to be part of this is making sure these spells actually make sense. And I think they certainly do for challenge mode, where you might not have access to faster workers or faster customers to begin with. So the dropping a mana potion, I think what I'd like to do is maybe make a perk where it's something like maybe like every time a crop is harvested, get 1 mana for the enchanter. So it's a cross-building perk. And crops can get harvested by you manually, by workers, or you get that upgrade and you can manually harvest 5 at a time. So you'd click in it, harvest 5, and give you 5 mana at once. So that could be kind of interesting too. But yeah, those are things that I think, like, if you consider just challenge mode as being a large progress bar for us right now, and let's say we are, we're probably like 30% of the way done with it, maybe 40% of the way done with it. I'm not sure. We've got a lot of the foundation, but we're going to eventually need more perks. We're going to need more balance. We're going to need more just kind of everything. We need to think about stuff. We need to make the largest steps right now. And I think something like that perk or like that idea could be something that takes us from like 80% to 82%. But I think the stuff we do now has to be the like the big stuff. I'm not suggesting that you're suggesting that I should prioritize that over this. I'm just saying why I'm focusing on this stuff right now. All right, so not sure battle perks are as interesting as they can be. Thorns is overpowered. I got plus 20 on my warrior. Yeah, Thorns is overpowered. Where is that? Thorns battle perk. Here it is. So we do 2 plus num perks divided by 2, and then 5 plus num perks. So after you pick 10 battle perks, you can be offered 15 thorns. We probably need this to go up much more slowly. But I don't know what the balance should be. So all I know is this needs to be divided by some number greater than 1. So I mean, we could start with 2. But let's tone it down a little bit more. Let's do something like this. And let's figure out what these numbers look like. So it's going to be 2 to 5. This is at level, I guess 0 is 2 to 5. And then at 1, it's going to be 2 to 5. Can you just type out all of these for me? Does the AI actually know here? Is this correct? At 11, what is 11 divided by 4 is going to round down to 2. So no, this is not correct at all. Oh, man. All right. I could just write a quick program to do this. Let's just do that. Fine. It's dead simple. So we'll just open up main.js. And we'll do this. So let num perks equals, actually just a for loop. Num perks equals 0, num is less than 10, sure. And we're going to say min is equal to this, but this needs to be floored. I don't remember how you floor something in JavaScript. Is it lowercase math.floor? Probably. All right, and let me just print this out. Console.log. Oh, there we go. Great. All right, now temp node main. Math is not defined. Okay, so it was capital. All right, there we go. So if you've picked 9 perks, we are generating 4 to 8 thorns. I mean, I don't know. That's sure. That sounds good. Did we switch to 441? Keeps reverting. I don't know what's happening there, and I haven't looked into it. So yeah, I'm not sure. Because mine's also changing something every once in a while. This is fine for now. Yeah, this is fine for now. All we know is that we're going to have to keep an eye on everything anyway. So nerf thorns. I made the offered values, or like I decreased the offered values so that you couldn't get plus 15 thorns after choosing 10 perks. Now it'll be, let's go back to main.js here and have this go to 11 at least, or 20 even. Now at 10 perks chosen, it's going to be 4 to 8. Now it'll be in the range of 4, 8 when you've chosen 10. Who knows if that's better, but yeah, I don't know. I'll just leave it at that. You get the same numbers for 3 levels. Maybe those results should change for each level at least. I don't think they need to change because this is not something that's super important to you as a player. The way this works is you click buy perk and you'll see something like this. So plus 5 damage dealt to attackers when hit. The next time you click buy perk, you know that the cost went up, but you're not paying attention to how many times did I do this and what were the numbers offered. It's not going to be apparent to you. So you saw a plus 5 and now you see a plus 3. Did the range change or did you just get unlucky in the existing range? It doesn't really matter. So eventually, if you buy enough of these, you'll see these numbers rise. Now it's still plus 3. We click again. Now it's plus 8 over here. But this was with the old numbers, I think. So yeah, you will see a lot of the same numbers for many of these levels, and that's okay. Okay, so that's done. I think the biggest question besides balance is going to be how do we meaningfully differentiate runs? I already answered that, I think. Stop the end screens from being clickable for like 2 seconds. All right, this is very minor, but it's also probably pretty easy to do. So how do we do this? There's go to title screen and continue press. We could just keep track of a timer in here. Private timer, or like click protection timer equals null. I think we even have a click protection timer somewhere else. I'll use it for something different. Yeah, here it is. So I'll just copy paste the code. Whoops. I'll copy paste the code we used for this. Yeah. And then we simply check here. All right, easy. So now click protection.start. And I'll make a private const seconds to stop, clicks for is 2. And now what? Does it complain that... No, that's not what it's complaining about. This goes up here. And then down here, we just check that this only happens if the timer is stopped. And then I'll write a note about why this is here. The end screens have buttons for... Oh, you know what we could do? We could just disable the buttons until 2 seconds have passed. I'm not sure what's better. Like, imagine a dialogue pops up in your face immediately. So, like, let's say it's this dialogue. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, let's say we type something out, and then I try closing this. If you were just clicking anyway and this randomly popped up and you accidentally hit save or don't save, I don't know which one you might find worse. Let's say I accidentally clicked don't save and I wanted to save that. And I'm like, what just happened? Like, I didn't even know that dialogue popped up. So I don't know what's better. Is it that we just disable all of these buttons for 2 seconds, or clicking it for the first 2 seconds just doesn't do anything? In both cases, you are not going to be able to do anything for 2 seconds. In one, it's going to be apparent to you that you can't do something, but it won't be apparent why. And the other, I think I want to disable it. I wouldn't disable. That implies the user must do something first to enable it. But it will just become enabled after 2 seconds, which isn't long enough for you to probably be super confused. That's what my thinking is here. Let's try it. Let's just try it and see what it feels like. Maybe it'll feel fine. So click protection timer dot timeout plus equal. Yeah, so don't disable these, and then do disable them over here. I think both options are kind of bad. Well, the best option, I think, is to show them disabled and have some kind of like timer on them or something to show to the user that these will become enabled. To have an "are you sure" kind of dialogue. Yeah, that could also work. Let's try this and see how it feels. So we can't click and then they become enabled. Honestly, I think that's not bad. At least for a V1, that's not bad. Because what are the odds you intended to click that within 2 seconds of getting to the screen? Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to go with this to start with at least. Which means we don't need this here and we don't need this here. Which also means technically that we don't need to save this thing off. Yeah. So we can just put this like that and then rename this to this and then put that there. And whoops, I don't know why that... Okay, that shouldn't have happened. There we go. And then we will make a function private void start click protection timer. Yeehaw. Okay. And we'll put the disabling of the buttons right here. Okay, cool. Now we'll put a comment for this. That didn't work. Let's try that again. Okay, so the end screen can pop up suddenly since it's not triggered by a user action. So we don't want you to accidentally click away from the results without knowing that you mean it. Another way of accomplishing this would be to show a confirmation dialog. I'm just doing what's fastest now for a V1 of this feature of challenge mode. Is there any linting? Yeah, there's linting. my demo playthrough, I kept trying to put potions into the farm input when there was no space, and I kept thinking I misclicked before realizing after clicking 5 times that I just couldn't input it. It was weirdly frustrating. There are a few indicators there that are supposed to help, but I think everyone I've seen play eventually does realize kind of what's going on, I hope. One is that when you drag an item that is acceptable, this thing gets highlighted. And let me do that now with ones that aren't acceptable. So still highlighted, and now it's not highlighted anymore. And then the second is when you try putting it in anyway, it says the farm already has seeds on all plots. So I figured both of those combined will hopefully be enough for people to know when they can or can't do this. And then once you unlock the quick move menu, it won't show this as a destination. Where is even the farm? Oh, the extractor, yeah. So it's grayed out and also does the farm already has seeds on all plots. So I thought that'll be enough. I don't know what else we could do though. I guess maybe start the farm crops on the right side so that they're more in view of where the extractor is, and have it grow bottom left. That could potentially help. But yeah, in general, I don't know how persistent of a problem that is for people. Oh, Quickie Joe updated it. Got it. Oh, the slime thingy had a bar for hunger. Could the farm extractor also have one? So it sort of could, but it fuels two different things. So it's actually got specific error messages for all the different cases you could be in. So let's say the fishing pond is maxed out and you try... How does this work? Okay, so here it says the farm and the fishing pond are both full. But if you didn't have fish in the pond, it would let you put it in. And if you didn't have seeds on the farm, it would let you put it in. And if you only had the fishing pond, actually, that might not work. Let me try that last one, because that wasn't even possible until we got challenge mode in. So now we got to test that out. We need just the fishing pond. There. Oh, no, we start with the farm. I got to delete that. Create farm, this, turn it off, and try again. Let's try it. So we need just the fishing pond, but not the farm. There we go. And then if I try putting in a potion when you're already at max, what does it say? It says the farm and the fishing pond are both full. Yeah, that shouldn't be said like that. I'll just put that in polish though. That's not very important. When you only have the pond and when you only have the pond and it's full and you drag a potion to the extractor, it says the farm and... Oh my God. It shows this instead of a message just about the pond. Side question, will be an option to disable those error notifications? I find them distracting for challenge mode. There could be. I think from what I've seen of people playing games, they don't tend to look in the options even when they encounter a problem that they're annoyed by. So I'm not sure how many people would find it. And I always just kind of assume by default that people won't find it. So what I would probably do is wait for enough people to say, I'm annoyed by this, to do something about it, rather than proactively trying to do something about it. I know that you're saying this, and possibly a million other gamers out of a million gamers who play would say the same thing. In which case, yeah, I'd happily do it. But I want to be careful about the options we add before then, because they take development time, they add to the UI here, and if no one's going to click them anyway, then it's not going to matter. Error message didn't register in my field of vision. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that's a little harder. That's a little harder to work with. Because there's motion there, which is what made me think, oh, that'll trigger people's attention. And then the other thing that happens is there's a bar, like there's a super elastic animation for that. And then the bar that goes down. But yeah, I guess if you have a really wide monitor, you might not see it. Or just maybe poor peripheral vision. Maybe tinkered with having the arrow appear near the mouse or pointer. I want to be careful about that because this is the notification system used for everything. So it shows for errors, but it also shows like when you hire an adventurer, for example. No, wait. Doesn't show when you hire an adventurer? Wait a second. Something's going wrong here. I thought that should show up. Maybe it's only when you do it through the Guildmaster. I don't actually remember how the game works for that. But there are also tips that show up, and the tips, yeah, here. Hired the mushy. Okay, that's also a problem. I didn't even realize that. All right, let's go get that. Boop. All right, where is it? All the other ones make sense, right? Yes. This one does not. All right, we'll just put this in the backlog for now. This notification could be worded better. Maybe just override. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just leave it at that for now. Put giant red arrows in the middle of the screen. we should just make it into a YouTube video, right? Every time there's an error, we capture that video, we upload it to YouTube, we put the red arrows, then we link them to the YouTube video. I think that'll work. Hired the motionator. I mean, we could say hired the mushroom. I think if mushroom people existed, that would be offensive to them. Okay. We did this, right? And I then just stopped. So let's try that one more time. And this is technically also when you run out of time, which we have no way of forcing. But if I do this enough, then yeah, we can't click these, and then you finally can. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's check that in. Prevent clicking the end screen for 2 seconds. Read the new comment about why I did this. Or maybe just add continue playing, but have the free play thing say you've already failed. I think Kodak suggested this. Like, why not just allow people to play when they've lost? But that's more work. So let's write that down for the future. Consider allowing people to continue playing challenge mode even when they've lost. Right now we hide the button, but the game is still playing in the background. If we do this, we would need to change the text that says free play. Yeah, this. That's not what I want. There we go. Okay. All right, let's keep going. We are bricklaying. Pause the game on the lose screen since it keeps playing in the background. I'm just going to delete that for now. Fighting the ogre caused the battle screen to get bigger 1 size, not 2. This isn't really a problem. We should stop the size increase from happening altogether, though. Yeah, I don't think the size increase needs to happen in challenge mode. I don't even know if you'll be able to fight bosses in challenge mode. I feel like you should be able to, but then I'm probably going to stop it from happening. But regardless, let's go figure out where does that battle window happen. Instances manager, maybe? Size. There's something about fighting an elite here. It's not this. Maybe instance slot. Actually, searching for elite is probably best. Increase slot size at first time elite battle. Wow, nice. Okay, let's reload this. Are there sound effects for the arrows right now? Because I had sounds turned off? No, there aren't. I think just having them be a visual thing is probably fine. Actually, maybe it makes a different sound whether it's successful or not successful, but the error itself doesn't cause that notification. But I don't think there would be a sound cue for that. All right, so this checks all this stuff. Do we have access to the town in here? Yes, we do. Okay, so we'll just put this here. Increase slot size. So if it's not an elite or if the gameplay mode is challenge mode, I'll write note this doesn't happen on challenge mode since we assume that you know what an elite battle is by that point. and don't want to fight the UI to shrink it again. Keep shrinking windows. And all we do is increase the slot size by 1? Yeah. All right, whatever. Sounds good. I'm not even going to test this. I'm going to assume it worked. All right, so stop increasing elite battle size in challenge mode. Yeah. This is for elite battles. Done. Well, done with this. I guess this isn't even an issue. All right, we should remember battle window positions across save files. Yeah, this is a polished thing for sure. We are definitely not doing that now. Like, too bad if you have to manually manage that in V1. Probably need to reduce the cost for the weapon grinder. Yeah, this is part of the treasure room. And we already wrote down the balancing of that. Where is that? Here. The arrows on game scale work like a slider. They don't. I think that was manually coded. And I think that's only for the text input. So I think what you're talking about is if you press up and down here. Yeah, the up and down I think was manually coded for this input. Because that's at least how I wanted to control this. Because by pressing a button, it moves where the button is. No, drag the arrow. Whoa, what? Oh, man. I did not know that was a thing. That is not at all what I would have ever expected. Yeah, what in the world? I was trying to get it to exactly 2. There we go. Do we have that anywhere else? Like, why do Godot buttons even work that way? And that must be true even in the editor then, right? Where else do we see an up or down arrow? Nowhere. Really? Really nowhere? Oh, here's one. Okay, Z index. Okay, so let's try this here. So if I click this and drag, it is not doing anything. Is this only a thing in our buttons for some reason? Like, did we code something weirdly about that? I don't know what would cause that to happen. Only works when you drag a label in the editor. That I'm aware of, but we're not dragging the label in this. We're dragging the arrow. Unless dragging the label is what's really happening here? No. That's bizarre. Huh. Well, neat finding. I didn't know that was built in. All right, warehouse isn't appealing without some perks, but you're not guaranteed to get the perks. Yeah, this is a much more difficult problem to work with, I guess. I suppose this all comes down to no, yeah. We probably need the warehouse to have some built-in perk that doesn't happen in the base game. Because why would you want item storage if you're getting more items than you can handle to begin with? It wouldn't do anything for you. It kind of would, actually, because then item stacking would be better. Maybe the warehouse comes with item stacking. I don't know, but this is a problem to figure out for the future. Maybe it starts with its own item stacking. And maybe it starts with the plus interest perk. This is probably the most interesting thing. A backlog of items is not good in challenge mode. So we need to incentivize it. Interesting thing to add interest. So funny. So utterly hilarious. Okay, so turn off the exclamation mark indicators for NPCs. Where does that happen? Where does that happen? Let's go into the farm init, farmer.init. Has set intro text to true. And in ready, we set it to false. So when we initialize this, we could just do if, well, we have the base.init. Let's just put it in there. If town.gameplay mode.is challenge mode. Set indicator. What I call it? Has set intro text. Set has set intro text to true. Stop showing this for during challenge mode, since everything should be known to you. Does it work now for everything? It wouldn't work for, well, maybe it would. I don't know. Let's just try it. All right, so we need to go make every building. There are only 5 because I got rid of the treasure room. So garbage slime, no exclamation mark. Farm, no exclamation marks. Warehouse doesn't even have NPC. Enchanter's Den and Fishing Pond, no exclamation mark and no exclamation mark. And then in the main game, those should all still be there. So if we build this, we see the exclamation marks. We build this, exclamation mark. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, nice. All right, that's good. Let's check that in. Stop showing this in challenge mode. You don't need to know what the NPCs do unless there's actually a change between the buildings in the base game and challenge mode. And there isn't yet. Done. Get rid of perks boards. Okay, this one was a little bit more controversial. So everything with perks in the base game has its own board that brings you to that tab. So the garbage slime one brings you to the garbage slime tab. The farm one brings you to the farm tab. And that's great. That's how that should work. But in challenge mode, those tabs don't exist. So if we build, let's say, the fishing pond and click the perk board, it pops up the perks that you have, but you don't do anything on the screen. If you have a perk, it'll show in here, but it does that regardless of which one of these. Well, that's not a perk board. It does that regardless of which one of these you click. So if you click the town hall, it shows you all perks. If you click this, it shows you all perks. Should that be changed to like choose town perk? Yeah, maybe that's what we should do. Yeah, maybe instead of popping up which ones you have, it should pop up the thing to buy a new one. I could see that being a better decision. And then we don't have to hide the perks boards. Yeah, I like that. Better idea, have when you click them, it should open the buy town perk tab. All right, so how do we do that? Bulletin board, on click to open perks. This calls into the overlay visibility controller. Yeah, which now needs to do a different thing based on which mode you're in, huh? And what's this? Select a tab that doesn't exist. Unlocking the farm selects it by default. That's kind of interesting. I don't think I even like that second bit here. I've been annoyed by this myself, but I don't know what it's like from the point of view of a player at this point. So let me think about this. You have the garbage slime, and now you press P, and it opens up the garbage slime perks. Then you get the farm, and you press P, and it opens up the farming perks, because that's the newest thing you just unlocked. But I don't think you'd expect that to actually happen. I think you'd expect it to go to the tab you were already on. Because what I find annoying is, and this is just a developer thing, I click grant most things and it changes tabs to the enchanter because it built the enchanter. I think I want to delete this. I think I want to delete this. If we deleted it for the town hall, what would happen? Let me think about this. We don't have the town hall by default. Now let's try this out. Does this break? Because maybe that's why we did this. Maybe it breaks if you don't do this. So now I go, oh, I already have the town hall. Oh, I'm in challenge mode. Lots of realizations in a small amount of time. So build this, press P. Yeah, it shows you the wrong perks. Okay. So that's why we did that. Well, I don't really like that feature, but I'll write this in the normal backlog. What is this? Overlay visibility controller. The overlay visibility controller sets the newest unlocked building perks to visible. Or like selects that tab. Selects the perks of the newest unlocked building, which is sort of annoying. We do this because if we didn't, then unlocking, say, the town hall would show the garbage slime perks. We should fix that issue. All right, well, that was neither here nor there. That's not a problem. The thing that was a problem is toggle tab visibility. We do this based on whether or not you're in. No, wait, we should do something different based on whether or not you're in the in challenge mode. All right. Well, what is the tab we want to toggle? This one, I guess. So let's just do that really fast. So when you unlock the farm, opening its perks will do that. Does that work how I expect? I think it will. I think this is pretty straightforward. This is one of those minor usability issues that no one will probably care about, but that we're going to fix. So I hope somebody cares about it. All right, we need to get the farm here. Okay, great. So now when I click this, it goes to buy perk. Yeah, perfect. I like that. Okay, so then that's all we're going to do. Town.gameplay mode.is challenge mode question mark or that. There we go. And now we just do that a million times. If I put this here and type town, does it know what I want to do? Yeah, nice. All right, so make that change everywhere. Come on, I want to type it all out. I want it to do it for me. I guess we could just have copy pasted this and put it everywhere. All right, so where else do we need this? Here. Unlock town hall, same thing. Is that everything? So town hall, treasure room, farm, fishing pond, garbage slime, enchanter. Tavern doesn't have one. No, I think that's everything. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There should be 7, right? Warehouse. Warehouse doesn't have perks. Yeah, we're fine. All right, now let's go test it. Yeah. So we build everything. There are only 5 things to build. They're done. And then all of their perk boards. So that's good. They should all just go to buy perk. Yep, yep, yep. And this one, yep. This one, yep. And this one. Good. And then in the main game, they should all go to their specific perks. So we get that, not that, 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 and that. Okay, so this goes to the enchanter. Perfect. This goes to the town hall. Good. This goes to the fishing pond. This goes to the farm. And this goes to the garbage slime. Yeah, nice. Change which tab we open for perks boards. For challenge mode, we always open the town perks, buy town perk tab rather than showing the perks you've already unlocked. All right, done. Put that in the to-do list. May need to start you with more of everything in general. Maybe you should. Okay, I'm just gonna not even think about this for right now. We're gonna put this down in the balance stuff. Yeah. All right, getting just one building and then getting all the perks does feel overpowered. I'm not convinced that unlocking buildings the current way makes a lot of sense. Feels like a downside to get a new building. If we let you unlock buildings, perks for buildings you don't have, we'd label the perks with something like this. Yeah. Yeah, I'll write that down. Where is it? Yeah. Building-based perks should probably say which building they correspond to. And maybe highlight it red if you don't have it. Requires the farm or pond. Let's make this red. Oh, that's ugly. I guess all of this is ugly because I'm in dark mode. That's good. Yeah, I think that's nice. Well, we're not going to do that yet, though. So this stuff we're all just going to delete. We should indicate when you have a choice you've deferred, i.e. a town menu button should turn green to indicate that you haven't finished choosing. I don't think we even have a town menu button for everything. Hire Adventurer does. It's green because we have the money. I guess we'll fix this when we fix the bugs for all this stuff. Yeah, so fix town menu buttons. Anything else? Indicate when you have an adventurer already in the battle perks. Show their icon and gray it out when you haven't hired them. Yeah, this is worth doing. Is it a good idea to change battle perks to just show the class names? Then you have to choose. No, I don't think so. And then need a hotkey for buying perks. That will put in polish. I'm not concerned about that yet. Need hotkeys for all of the new tabs. If we put them all in the same sub tab, they can all have one hotkey, essentially. The hotkey could just be P to go to your perks. We already have it written here, right? Town perks, building. Oh, buildings won't exist. We got to change this anyway. Huh, okay. Well, that'll be a final cleanup kind of thing. I think I wrote about this somewhere. Need hotkeys for all the new tabs. Note there is no buildings button in challenge mode. Okay. So indicate when you have an adventurer already in the battle perks. Maybe show their icon and gray it out. You haven't unlocked this adventurer. Should also show how many you've gotten for them. So what we could do is we could show you whatever you see here, rogue and 1. We could show you that and choose battle perks. So if you start with a farm again. Yeah, so if you have the rogue and you had like 5 perks, you'd see that they're level 5. And we just need to make sure it's not clickable or anything. So let's come up with an example here. So something like this. Yeah. So our archer's level 2. We got this healing received, return damage. We got some health. Shouldn't we have had a 4th thing? Oh, and haste. Yeah. So we got 4 different things because we got 1 perk. And now in choose battle perks, there's no telling that, like, did we already upgrade them? How much did we upgrade them? So I think we'll add that in. I am going to take another break before we do that. Yeah. We're approaching lunchtime, but we're not quite there yet. So you all have fun playing Jump Royale. Is it jump time? Computer, is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. Close the game. All right, indicate when you have an adventurer already. Maybe show their icon and gray them out. How do we do this in the adventurer panel tab? Adventurer panel tab. We do it with a character selector, which is right there, which has what here? A party member. And clicking them does something, but clicking them wouldn't do anything in the thing we're about to make. But we probably do want a tooltip for them eventually. So we need a party member to show up there. And then we need to clean all this stuff up. How do we do that now? I don't actually know where that happens. Oh, I think we free all the, okay, I think we are doing that correctly. All right, let's go figure out what we do here now. So we go into battle perk. Oh, this won't work, will it? Right, hang on a second, what was that? Hang on one second. Okay. There was a loud sound, and I think the only other person here is not a person at all, but a cat. Yeah, so the problem we have is a perk choice is literally just a description and a button. So we need to override this and have a special one that has a party member in it. And then we need to construct those properly. So where do we make perk choices? Because this is going to be annoying is what it's going to be. So we got to search for perk choice. Is there no scene path for it? Here it is. Where do we use this? Right here. Add perk choice. So we instantiate this, add it in, initialize it, and then do whatever is supposed to happen when it was chosen. So to actually instantiate it is going to be a different thing, and to initialize it is going to be a different thing. That might not be too hard to do. Yeah, that might not be too hard. Okay, let's try it out. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to right click this. Why can't you right click this and say to inherit from this? Instantiate child scene? Is that? No, that's not what I want. Yeah, anyway, too bad. I guess you have to do it this way. So show in file system and then right click here and then go to new inherited scene. So our new inherited scene is going to be battle perk choice. And we're going to add in a party member somewhere. And this is probably going to look terrible. Where did the other things go? Oh, I got to put this inside of here. That's why. Or maybe alongside the description or something. I'm not totally sure how I want to do that. I'll just put it there for now. Yeah. So party member. We say this is battle perk choice, which I think we might already have somewhere. Battle perk choice. We do. Huh. So we should probably come up with a better name for this. Well, the parent scene is called perk choice. The parent thing for this is called challenge mode perk choice. We call it battle perk choice UI. Or just separate it based on where it is saved in the project. I don't like any of these solutions. I don't want to rename everything. So I guess let's just call this battle perk choice UI. Well, this one is going to be obvious enough. I guess we could save this script as a different script. I don't know. UI perk choice. Battle perk choice. Yeah. Fine. Whatever. All right, now we go put this script on here. Done. And now this has a party member. And we want to instantiate it like how we did in the character selector. Character selector. How does that work? It calls create, which instantiates the scene, but it's already been instantiated. So I guess we just copy paste this stuff and put this over here. Uh-huh. Cool. Now rename all these things. All right, so reflects battle state, no. Add party member, presumably not needed. What does this even do? It's a party section. Yeah, I guess we don't need that. Hide life bar, sure. On clicked does probably nothing. Initialize it with an adventurer. Oh, God. This isn't going to work. Yeah, this isn't going to work. We don't have an adventurer. You might not have hired the adventurer. Yeah. Well, what do we use this for? We use it to get their adventurer component. We listen for a bunch of stuff, which is never going to get invoked. When we dispose, we at least clean up the listeners. We get health and stuff for no reason. We do this for no reason. Then where else do we use this? Again, things like health components and their adventure class. Because we can fake this. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. And this is public, so other things can get access to this. Which also seems like a mistake. And it's used in exactly one spot, and it's here. Okay, so what does it take to make an adventurer? We call create with a class with save data that's going to be null, with the town, and with a level. It's possible. We can do it. It's just probably not smart. So we create an adventurer with an adventurer class, which the perk choice would need to know about. So we can't actually do this here. And this isn't needed. So we put this down here. And the class is going to be the choice.adventurer class. Is that a thing? Can we do that? No, it's got to be a battle mode perk choice. Battle perk choice. And now here's where naming the two classes exactly the same is going to be painfully annoying. Yeah, because this is UI code that we have here, but there's another battle perk choice that is not UI. And I want this one. So I guess we could scope to it like that. That doesn't work. What do we have to do? Game.source. Whatever. Ah, that works. And we don't need the game there, I suppose. So we could type something like, I'll just type B for now. B equals choice as that. We already know that it's this thing. Let's just cast it like that. All right, then we get this adventurer based on the adventurer class. Oh, come on. What is this? Oh, there we go. I just typed the wrong thing. And then what is 1? 1 is the level. We need to code that. Level equals 1 to figure this out. I don't know what that's supposed to be. And then that's null. And then we initialize them with a tooltip target, which we also can't get. Actually, that might not be true. We might have... No, it's true. Tooltip target. Okay, where will we get that from? Because this doesn't know about it. The perk choice trackers might know about it. Perk chooser? What do we call it? What is that UI called? Perk, choose perk panel tab. Here it is, choices. And there's a tooltip in there. Oh, so we can just pass it in. We're making some progress. All right, it's a tooltip. Then just pass that in. All right, what else does create adventure take? A town? Oh, we don't have that. Why do we need the town? Because we store it inside of a town component. Yuck. Yeah, yuck. Nothing's ever easy, is it? There is another way we can go about this. Rather than making a fake adventurer, what we could do is we could rework this entire scene so that it doesn't take in an adventurer at all. And it has some other way of fetching all the data that it needs. Because what do we actually want to show? We just want a name and a level. And that's it. That's all we want. So I think that's probably the smarter route to take now. Let me take a look at this again. How do we do that? I want it to have the same look and feel. We're hiding half the stuff anyway. What script does this have? Partymember.cs. And what do we actually need? Almost none of this. And what is this used for? Let the modulate. We're so close. We're so close. Yeah, so close. This adds in the level. So we need a party member base that has a level, but none of this other stuff. And even its life bar doesn't need to exist. Only party member uses that. So party member should have that. Why does party member base have it? So that we have the same layout for all this stuff? Because we hide the life bar so that something else happens there. All right, what do we do? What do we do in the walking to portal screen? What does that have on it? Party section. Party section has a battle party member. What is that? Has no name. That's what we assume you know what the adventurers' names are. I guess so. Okay. So, yeah, we need... We have two ways of doing this. Party member takes in an adventurer, which we may not have if you haven't hired the adventurer yet. So we could create a fake adventurer just for the sake of satisfying the UI contract, or we could change party member so that we have a version that shows a level, but it isn't tied to an adventurer. I think this is the more sensible option, but I don't want to wrestle with the class hierarchy we have here. Like we have a version of this that doesn't have a level. We have a version that does have a level, but this one takes in an adventurer. I guess we need to restructure this so that there's a version that is persistent and updates itself based on all these values. And then there's a version that you just manually update it. Like we don't ever need to update this at all, right? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the smartest thing. It's probably smarter. We need... We need a version of party member that takes in constant values and has no event listeners. I could make another script, I guess, but then we're gonna have to change this base class. Excuse me. I didn't mean to click that button. Hopefully that didn't just change the scene. It didn't. Yeah, like a knit should not take in an adventure. What am I making? I'm working on a game called Skeleseller. And today what we're doing is we are working on the challenge mode of Skeleseller. And we will be for at least the next like couple work days until this is finally play testable. Yeah, welcome in. Feel free to ask any questions you have. All right, so yeah, this is the thing we need to change here. All this really needs is a tooltip. This has us taking an adventurer for the sake of a bunch of stuff we don't need. So what if we just bypass that? It's a cool keyboard. Yeah, thanks. It is a corn keyboard. Okay, so can I inherit from this? I think we could. We're going to need something to inherit from it. The question is, where do we put the base logic? Because this has a bunch of functions we don't need, so we could just not use them. Party member, like fake party member. we can put it as like battle perk party member, I guess. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just see how this works. Maybe it's a dumb idea. I guess we'll find out pretty soon. So we'll call this a battle perk party member. And then save this battle perk party member. And then give it a different script. Right now it has party member.cs. Just go into that and save this as battle perk party member. And then rename this. And then give it the right script. and then just hide a bunch of stuff here. We don't want a life bar. Is hiding the same as what I did in the script here? Where is here? Hide life bar. What is that? It's literally just dot hide. Okay, yes. So then we don't need to do that. We can just hide it through this. So now that's hidden. We don't ever need the exclamation mark thing. We do need the level, and we do need the name. Everything else we just ignore, I guess. It says battle perk party member. So party member has a way of creating all these different things. This is the dumbest thing. I don't know why we even have these things here. Why are these here? Why do we do this? This is called from 3 locations. This is called from 1 location. This is called from 1 location. And this is called from 1 location. So this is stupid. Let's delete these. Create party member random. Did I mess this up? No, I didn't mess this up. Just delete all of these. Wait, 3 locations. That means it wasn't actually 3 locations. Okay, so this is where we put this. And then make sure we get scene functions and scene paths. Cool. Let's fix all the other ones as long as we're at it. So this one. This is done from a couple of different places. This one actually might have a reason to exist. Wait, I said a couple of different locations. I don't see the second one. There is no second one. Haha. Okay. That fixes that. Now we delete all that. Then this one is only called from 1 place. Yep. So we go put this in there. Yep. And then the last one, create party member, is probably used from a couple different places. 1 and 2, and that's it. Yeah, 2. Okay, 2 is probably enough for us to keep this as a thing. And now this could just be called create. Well, I should rename it like that if I'm going to do this. There. Okay, so reason we did that is because now we need to change a bunch of other stuff. We're making progress. All right, so here we get the party member. This is not what this is. This is a battle perk party member, which means this other thing should change. And then we need to instantiate the correct thing here because I did not do that in the scene. We don't even need the scene path, which is nice. Battle perk, where's the perk? Here. Okay, so this thing gets deleted and it gets replaced by a battle perk party member. That's not what I meant to type. Battle perk party member there. That's what I meant to type. And put that right there. The unique name, call it party member. Call it battle perk party member. That's fine. And then fetch it with the right name. All right, we are almost there. So creating a fake adventure is not needed anymore. We need this thing's init to just take in a level and whatever else. And probably delete practically everything else we have here. Yeah, great. All right, so this thing's init is going to take in a level and a name, I guess. Where's the name? Where's that happen? Where does that happen? Initialize with a tooltip. Name. Adventure data. Where's that saved? Oh my god, there. Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't see this. I'll be down here if you need me. Okay, what? We can work around this. Adventurer class, adventurer class. All right. We get this. We instantiate this up here. Get the tooltip and whatever else. We don't set this because it doesn't exist. And then this won't exist. This is just level. There is no update life bar. There's none of that. There's none of that. Update level label shouldn't be here. Dispose shouldn't be here. Cleanup listeners won't even be a thing. Its adventure is not equal to null. Wow. Yeah, wow. Reflect battle save. We don't need this. We don't need this. Skill points. Don't need it. Don't need it. Don't need any of that. Okay, so as far as I can tell, the only problem is that this thing is private and not protected. Does everything just work? We don't need this anymore. Party member dot initialize with the adventurer class, the level, and the tooltip. And now the tooltip just needs to be passed in. We don't ever initialize this thing. What? How's that possible? I'm hoping this finds a reference to this. Although it's not. Oh, wait. It just finished syntax highlighting. It's still not. Because we have a different init function, so it's calling the wrong one. Okay, I understand. All right, so then here's where we can find it. We can search for this init. Oh, and it's only ever done here. Okay, then we need to change the choose battle perks panel tab. So we got to override this to pass in a different perk choice. So maybe we make a protected virtual perk choice, create perk choice. And we have it do this by default. And then override this function in here to do the battle perk choice, which doesn't exist, but we're going to make it exist. All right, what are we missing now? Ambiguous between these two things. Oh, God, I should just rename this. This is so stupid. Yeah, let's just go rename it now. I can't believe how dumb this is. All right, so this is now in the UI folder, right? We're going to say this is Battle Perk Choice UI. And then give it a script that has that same name. This is going to break everything. There, so now it's got a different name. And now everything's broken, right? Yes. Now we got to go fix all that stuff, right? Battle UI. Did I not save the script as a different thing? Battle perk choice UI.cs. Why can't I find that here? Battle perk choice UI. There it is. I typed battle UI and it didn't show up. It doesn't let you fuzzy search? Huh. I don't think I ever knew that about this. Okay. So now this isn't needed. This isn't needed. This should probably be battle perk choice. This isn't needed either. And what else? This UI never was used before this. Choose button. We don't use this stuff, do we? No. Description label. We don't need this. We can call another parent class for this, can't we? Description. We pass in the choice, it gets the description. So we just do based on init choice. And then we don't need this thing here either. Or this. Okay, I'm missing something now. I don't even know where it is anymore. Probably this is wrong. I don't even think that path exists. No, I still call it battle perk choice. That's stupid. There's no winning. There's just no winning. This gets renamed to have UI in it. So then this also gets renamed. All right, let's just try building. I probably broke something. And if I did, it'll just tell me. It'll be faster than me hunting it down. I apparently don't have a build time breakage, but does it work? It's not going to be the right adventurer showing here. And apparently it's also huge. Hey, Rockstar, long time no see. How you doing? Yeah, so we just don't want this to expand. We click that, I guess. That might also not work, though. And then what's happening here? Object reference not set. Oh, I never initialized this thing. Oh, right. So when we do this stuff, we need to initialize it with a tooltip now, and it's not going to get initialized correctly. So we need to add and initialize it. So we do this. Perk choice equals. And that's so that the order of this happens in the right order. And that takes in this. Oh, doesn't actually look bad. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Okay, so now this is what this one needs to do. Yeah. Let's just copy the whole function. Okay, so this is override. This is this. Should probably be renamed to perk choice UI. Is now a battle perk choice UI. Then we add this. So choices container needs to be made into a protected thing. Make into a property. Currently on 3 weeks vacation, busy with AI and how it's changed my job as a software engineer. Oh, wow. Well, 3 weeks vacation is pretty nice. I am doing well. Things have been busy. I think you were here about 5 months ago. We probably just made the farm around that time. And we were probably... I don't even know if the demo is out. The demo is now out. It's been well received. People want more of the game, and it's not trivial to just make more content. So I've been working on something called challenge mode, which will let you replay the existing content with hopefully some twists as you play. So basically roguelikeifying the game. And the work has been going well, but the game design of it was questionable. I just never knew, is this going to be fun? And it's not until you get enough of it done that you can even test that. So yesterday was the first time that I could test it, and it wasn't as fun as it probably could have been. So this morning we went back to the drawing board, made some changes, and now we're going to try to implement those changes. I think it's great. It makes a lot of fun. Nice. Yeah, thanks for trying it out. So we've got to fix this stuff up. I'm still probably not initializing this correctly. Yeah, here's where I'm not initializing this correctly. This has 2 init functions. We probably want to hide the parent one. Can we do that? Like, should we make this virtual so that if it's called from the child that we know it's a problem? Not sure. I mean, we can do it, but I don't know if it's a good idea to do it. Anyway, what we want to do is we want to call this init function. So let's call that init function. So it's right here. So we take in the choice, we take in a tooltip. The tooltip needs to be the panel tooltip, which should be in here. It's not. What? Where do we get this thing from then? Choose perks panel tab. What did I make this up? There's a panel tooltip right there. We just never use this? Oh, we just never use this. So then where do the tooltips show up? Or don't they? They just don't. I just don't get them anywhere. Wow. What are your thoughts about AI? Will we be replaced as developers? There's currently a lot of fear being stirred up by many companies and personalities from the AI world. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, but I think, like, the way I always kind of say this is, if you are a company that has, let's say, 100 developers and each one gets 1% better due to AI, then when it comes time to hire someone else, let's say you fire somebody, And not for AI reasons or anything, just whatever. Somebody leaves the company. You're not going to hire another 100th developer. You're now going to have 99 devs, and you'll have the same output with the same overall output as 100 devs without AI. So I think this has already started happening in a lot of companies. And I think generally the targets are supposed to be like, try to become 10 to 30% more efficient, and then we'll just hire fewer people. So no individual person's job, no individual developer was replaced by AI, right? It's more like, well, the existing developers are just doing more. It's like if somehow you could produce, I don't know, a genetic change or a medicine or something that was like, hey, your existing developers don't need sleep and they work 3 times as long. I don't know why. Then yeah, you'd probably hire less, right? Because you'd be like, why do we need more people if our existing people are sufficient? So anyway, that's what I think is happening now. I think there are jobs that are getting replaced by AI, things like content writers, but I don't think it's totally replaced developers yet, and I don't think that's in the very near future. So yeah, there'll probably be a day where instead of being 10% more efficient, you are, let's say, like 300% more efficient, or that the AI is basically just doing your job for you. At that point, yeah, you're not really probably needed anymore. I think if developers get replaced, it's probably not going to be too long before a lot of other skilled labor gets replaced. And then we'll probably have some like mass problems that's when governments would have to step in to fix them. So yeah. Hey, Pretzel. He learns live. Asterisk. There's studies showing that experienced developers with greater than 10 years of experience are 20% slower with AI. Yeah, but I mean, what are those studies? What's the methodology? That's what I'd wonder. Because I'm an experienced developer with more than 10 years of experience, and I think I'm more efficient with AI. And I think even if you just consider autocomplete, it's like I was writing some functions just before, and it typed out like 3 lines for me. Like that improved my efficiency. I don't use it for agents. I don't use it for chatting with it. I just use it for autocomplete, and it's pretty good. And I'd say it on the whole has sped things up. So like, were the studies done with agents specifically? Were they done with the prompting them? Was it built into their code editor? Like what models was he using, etc. Study developers on existing code bases. That's not sort of a complete picture of the methodology. Like I said, if you're just using autocomplete like I did, like let's say we want to disable this thing, disable the buy button. I'm writing this here just because there's no other context right now, but it's like the AI just typed in exactly the same line I would. This is just one line, and it might have taken me 3 seconds to type out, but that saved me 3 seconds. Like that's an efficiency gain. And if that's all you do with AI, you're going to get little small efficiency gains throughout the day, such that for you to have been 20% slower after using just this one feature would be wild to me. So like their methodology must have been such that they were testing with, like I said, they were like, hey, here's a task agent, go fix this bug for me. And it slowed them down a ton. They use cursor. That I think you're missing when I say methodology here. Like using cursor, being experienced, these are not complete pictures of the methodology. You can use VS Code and only ever type the letter A and still write all the same code you normally type. It would involve an extension or a translation layer or something, but it's like that methodology is going to drastically slow down your productivity, right? So, yeah. Guess what features they used? I think we should just stop talking about this. I think we're kind of talking past each other. I'm not arguing the validity of the study because I don't even know what study we're talking about. I'm just saying the methodology is important. It's not a meaningful conversation to have, I think. Thanks for your thoughts. I've noticed that I've become a lot better with AI, whether it's ChatGPT or Copilot. I've learned so much new stuff via patterns or architectures like clean architecture or vertical slices. Already a point where we're not filling any positions. Yeah, I think not trusting the code is important. I think this is the other thing too that a lot of people who like AI have noticed is that they are able to focus on what they want to focus on. And I heard this from a friend of mine, I think even kind of before AI, he was like, if I had to make another CRUD app in my lifetime, I'm going to go crazy. Like he's just done it enough times. And there's enough boilerplate where, yeah, you could leave that to an AI to do for you. Okay, so there is no panel tooltip being fetched here, and we'll need one. Although I'm not using this at all anyway. Do I need to theme this in a certain way or something? I guess we just never used it. But if this is already being constructed with a town, why don't we just use the towns tooltip? I wonder if there's a reason for that. Void Asterisk, let me just ask you this. Do you see my point about the auto-completing a line? Like, do you agree that it makes you more efficient? If we just boil it down to that one question, do you think I become more efficient just using the auto-completion from AI? I'm curious because I just is it a yes or no question? You can definitely answer the question, right? I'm not trying to be arguing in bad faith here. I truly am trying to like come to a mutual understanding here. Do you agree with this? Do you not agree with this? Do you say there's not enough data? Uh, Saying n equals 1 is not an answer to this question. No, I can't answer. Okay, that's totally fine. Then I don't think we're gonna probably see eye to eye on this, and that's okay. Yeah. Why is my chicken tasting like Parmesan even though it has no Parmesan at all? That's potentially spooky. Sometimes it may be more efficient. Yeah, that's fair. I don't think there's a reason to have this conversation. That's all. And please don't segment your messages. Yeah. Okay, so whether or not we use the panel tooltip is a question here. We do have them in other places, and I'm not sure why we do that. Where is this one's UI? Right there. And then its tooltip is here too. I think I just want to use that. I guess it doesn't matter. I'll fetch this. Yeah. And then when passing it in, we'll need that to exist. Okay, so let's do that. Tooltip equals null. All right, let's get that. This is the panel tooltip, and this is a tooltip, I think. I'm not actually sure. Yeah. And then we need to rename this. Yeah, make this a new property too. And get that. Okay, so let's try this out. We might be slightly closer to what I want. And we go to this and this and... Okay, I think it broke. It did. Entity. Why is it trying to fetch this? It's not good. Battle perk party member line 19. Get adventurer class from the adventurer. Didn't we override this? Oh, whoops. I never wrote in the overridden code. And protected set is more like an init here. Yeah, we could set this. Yeah, this equals value. Okay. Hey, Stockton. I still don't think we should talk about this. I don't think it matters. I don't think it has any impact. I think if we want to discuss the study, that's fine. You can do it on your own or on Discord. And I hope this doesn't sound mean, Asterisk. I'm not trying to call you out or anything. I am trying to be productive here. And if we don't see eye to eye, that's fine. But we're not talking in a way that's conducive to having a conversation. I'm talking and you're chatting. And it's just not productive for the stream. Okay. All right, so now it actually built. We can see these things. They're still huge, which I don't want. Although maybe what Codex said is how I feel about this. Maybe having this be a large thing here is not so bad. Because what I was thinking of doing originally is instead of... It's going to be a little bit hard to render. So instead of this, if you consider this like rectangle 1 and rectangle 2 here, what I wanted to do is I want to put them side by side. So it'd be like witch doctor. And then imagine that we put their little icon here. So that's what I was thinking of doing. And this will all be aligned in one rectangle. But yeah, doing this is not, it's not the worst. It's just unnecessarily wide. Well, let's figure out how we would get that to not take up a ton of space. Because I'm not actually certain why that happened. Oh, did I just not save this? Seriously? That could be why. And if that's why, then I'm a little disappointed because, oh, I just didn't save it. Okay, but we are changing the size of all of this. I think I changed the VBox container. I meant to just change this. That I don't know. Yeah, the VBox container has size flags there and probably shouldn't. What is it in the base scene, I wonder? Perk choice. VBox container layout mode is 2. So I think we can just delete this. Does that still load? I might have broken this. It does still load. Okay. I think I clicked the wrong thing when I did this. I think I meant to click this, but I thought I had done that to begin with. Yeah, nice. Okay, so that's what I kind of wanted. You know what, actually? Maybe we can just delete the title now. Maybe it doesn't need the title there. Maybe that's good enough as it is. Yeah, that's potentially fine. There's still the hovering over this. Clicking it doesn't do anything. I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe we'll put a tooltip there just as a placeholder. But yeah, I think we can get rid of the title. So perk UI.cs here. In init, we call into the base init, and then we hide the title. Oh, you know what we could do? We could just hide it from here. Oh, no, it's part of the description. Oh, so we can just form a different description then. Where's the description? This. So the title goes away. And that means we don't need any of that stuff. All right, how's that look? We're making progress. Okay, that's pretty good. It doesn't let you know if you have them already or not. I think that would be kind of nice. Maybe we put in red text beneath it to make it even more obvious, like you have not hired this adventurer yet. But is this correct? Oh, no, it won't be correct. We got to figure out the right level and we got to fix up the to-do items there. So let's figure out the right level. How do we do that? The choice itself won't tell you. We would need to know... We would need to know how many perks that adventurer has gotten so far. There's got to be a way to get that. Yeah, it's right there in town. Okay, so let's just pass that in. Adventurer battle perks. Adventurer battle perks. All right, so level is going to be this dot get number of perks chosen for that. And that is the adventure class, which we might as well just save. We're going to do that. Yeah. Adventure class equals that. Oh, interesting. I never thought about that. That we need another import just because we defined this here. But now we can fix these two things. All right, as for selecting a character, we don't need to do anything for that. Hide life bar is automatic. Does reflect battle state is probably not needed because there's no code for that. So that's probably sufficient. And then just maybe we put a tooltip on there. I don't even know what the tooltip would say though, because any information you'd want in a tooltip, you'd probably just want to be in the UI directly. So that a tooltip would kind of do nothing, in which case selecting that thing should probably not do anything. All right, so we see level 0 here. That's kind of interesting. But let's pick Witch Doctor, which we don't have already. Yeah, let's pick Witch Doctor. And let's pick by perk. And let's find the Witch Doctor again. There, now it says 1. I think we need to add 1 to this. Yeah, so level equals this plus 1, which is probably what we did in stat computations. Adventure, battle perks plus 1. Yeah, right there. Nice. So maybe we should just say get level of adventurer public int get level of adventure and just return the number of perks plus 1. And then in the places where we use that, like here, just do that, delete the plus 1. And same thing over, where'd the other one go? Here. Okay, so what next? Next is to figure out, did I just make this function pointless? Yes. Yeah, well, it could return, it could be private now. Yeah, we can make it private. It doesn't have to be, yeah, it doesn't have to be. Just because no one's calling it doesn't mean we need to make it private. I think it does at least indicate that we didn't use it. But then, so it's pressing F12 on it. All right. Okay, so what do we got? Everyone shows as level 1, and we have one of these unlocked. Yeah, we have the rogue unlocked. So if I click this, it'll now show as level 2. And now if I find the rogue again, there, they show as level 2. Which if I click them, it shows as level 3. Yeah, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so now we need some red text underneath them saying like you have or have not unlocked this adventurer yet, which would be part of the description for this. And we don't have enough information to figure it out from just this. But whatever constructs this thing would be able to tell us, presumably. And the only thing that constructs it is probably this thing right here. Yep, right there. Okay, so how do we know if you've gotten the adventure already? We can figure it out from the town. Bool has unlocked adventure equals town dot get adventure by class. This is what I want here, right? Yeah. Town dot get adventure by class, adventure class is not null. All right, so we'll pass this in over here. And then take in a Boolean of has unlocked adventurer. And then we don't even need to save this. We can just write some extra text here. So if not has unlocked adventurer, string locked adventurer text equals string.empty. So locked adventurer text is you have not hired the witch doctor yet. Yeah, and put color equals red. And maybe center it as well. I don't remember if the text is centered already. And then put that here. Locked adventurer text. Okay. So we only have the spirit caller. Centering the text didn't do anything. I typed that right? Yeah. What is it centering within, I wonder? Possibly its own text field, and then I need this thing to expand to take up the whole thing, the description here. So we click expand. It's already... Wait, what? Some parents don't support the expand flag. A VBox container wouldn't let it do that. A VBox container only controls its vertical size. So maybe this needs to be set to expand. It can't. Maybe this does. All right, I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe we don't worry about that yet. Also, this red is not a good red color to use for this. Maybe dark red would be better. Wonder if there's a better way to do this. What we could do, we have the exclamation mark. Here's an idea. Where is this thing? So we have this. We could put an exclamation mark if you haven't unlocked that adventurer yet. And then hovering over it could tell you that. I think that would be good. Probably should do lunch soon. Yeah, probably. Yeah. But I'm on a roll right now. I think I like that idea better than red text here. Just having an exclamation mark show or not. I think that'd be good. So let's do that. So let's get unspent points indicator. It's not really unspent points anymore, I guess. We don't need this here at all. So delete all of that. Delete this. Delete it from over here. Well, we need this somewhere, I guess. But delete this. And locked adventure text, we can delete that too. Then we need a tooltip to show up. In case you forgot one of your basic human needs. Just in case. All right, so now the battle perk choice UI is what's going to have this. But now this needs to know the town. Something needs to know the town. Why don't we just pass the town into this? Town on adventure battle perks. Yeah, let's just pass in the town. Okay, so this comes from the town now. And then whether or not you have the adventurer is there. Adventurer class is only there. Got it. Okay, and then we will now make this thing visible or not based on whether you've unlocked this. So what is that label called? The like, what is it called? Unspent points indicator. And we show this. Yeah. We should probably just make like a force show here. Just forget to do anything else other than work. And the zone could be never ending. If the zone's never ending, I will probably stay in that zone for a while then. The zone definitely ends for me. I am not in a flow state for like 10 hours at a time. So I know this is going to come to an end at some point, or that my stomach is going to make it come to an end. Public void force unspent points indicator. I mean, we could do this. I think the better way to do this is to just make this thing protected and then say to turn this into a property. We're going to do this before we commit. And then use this from over here to make this thing visible. Which we can do as soon as we initialize it, right? Yes, has unlocked adventurer. So bool has unlocked, or has hired. Has hired adventurer. Has hired is probably good enough. Yeah, has hired. Okay, so now this thing's visible is true if you have not hired them. And then over here, we pass in, what is that, second? Yeah, we pass it in second. Has unlocked adventurer. Good. Now we rename that to has hired adventurer. And everything should work. Oh, except for the tooltip. I forgot the tooltip. But anyway, let's try it. So we start and we only have the cleric. So everyone else should not have, or should have an exclamation mark. Yep, yep, yep. And yep. And there's a cleric and they don't have one. Perfect. So yeah, I think this will be at least the start. This communicates it in a much smaller amount of space. So I like that. And now we need the tooltip when you hover over them. Where do we show a tooltip? Unspent skill points. Where does this show up? Plural message. What? Oh, I see. Oh, that's cool. All right, so get tooltip text. Here it is. Tooltip text and then tooltip on parent. So this exists in party members. Is this protected? Oh, it's public. Okay. Yeah, let's set that. So if that thing exists, if not has hired adventurer, then set the tooltip text. Why is this failing? Hi. Yeah, why does that not exist? What does this point to? Tooltip on parent is public. Oh, this is on party member. What am I doing? Party member tooltip on parent. Yeah. Okay, so it'll say hi. Obviously, we need to replace that text, but I just want to make sure this looks good first, and then we'll replace the text. Kind of backwards, if you think about it. It's failing now. Object is not set to an instance of an object. So the tooltip on parent doesn't exist because what? It hasn't been initialized yet? Yeah. Why does the party member not just have this text? Yeah, this is stupid. This is really stupid. All right, let me put it in here. All right, so the text is going to be something that we have to localize, which is, I guess, why I didn't do it at first. That's not really a reason. It doesn't matter too much. We're just building once and testing once, and it takes like 7 seconds. Whoops. Yeah, nice. Okay, so it says hi for all of those, and then the archer it should not say anything for. So we got to find the archer. There. Oh, it still says it. Did I forget an if statement? I did. Oh, man. Okay, now let's localize this. So we'll get all of that. Put that here. Get the imports. Put those up here. And then get the tooltip text or like unhired text. Should say something like, you have not hired this adventurer yet. And should we write anything else? You can still choose perks for them. Yeah. I don't know what we want to say. Let's start with that. You have not hired this adventurer yet. You can still choose perks for them, but they won't take effect until you hire them. That's probably the best thing. How about this? Perks you choose won't take effect until you hire them. Yeah, okay. I like that. You have not hired this adventurer yet. Perks you choose won't take effect until you hire them. Okay. Cool. Cool. Now let's make sure the warrior does not show that. Nice. Okay, now a little polish thing here is you could actually hire one of these adventurers. So we have the paladin and the cleric. If I click hire and I click the cleric, the battle perk thinks that we still have not hired them. So that's going to be a polished thing for later. I'm definitely not doing that now. And now that we have these here, I think we're going to want them in the higher section too. So let's take a picture of this and then do this. Actually, let's get the choose battle perks thing in there too. We don't change the state of the exclamation mark when you finally do hire the cleric in this case. Yeah, another little polish thing that we could do is show adventurer icon in the hire adventurers tab. We could replace the name of the adventurer like we did for battle perks. Cool. Okay, so we finished the original task because this took a long time. Indicate when you have an adventurer already in the battle perks. Show their icon, maybe gray it out if you haven't gotten it. We did something equivalent to that. And we should show how many perks you've gotten for them, which we do in the level. So all of this is now done. And now all I'm going to do is commit this stuff, which is going to take me a little bit of time because I wrote some bad code that we got to fix. And then maybe it's lunchtime. It's 12:46. Although I did take 2 breaks. So it's not like I just worked for 4 hours and 16 minutes with no breaks. All right, so all of this stuff looks fine. There are a whole million like UID files I'm just not even going to consider right now. This is good. This is good. This we're not checking in. at all, I think. No. Hold on a second. How is it that we did not modify the generator outside of this? How is that possible? What file is this? Perk choice generator. So we're right there. Because the choices are the same and how we render them is different. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, let's keep going. So we don't want to check that in. We do want to check in all this other stuff. So let's get that. And then let's start getting some of this stuff. I don't care about the UID files. It generated a whole lot of UID files, though. Lunchtime used to be where we play Animal Royale, but then I stopped doing that. Even Jump Royale, you've seen, well, actually, even just chat activity in general, you've seen it's kind of died down quite a lot. I feel like I have trained chat to do that so that I can be productive. And I don't know. I don't know. You always kind of have to ask why you're doing anything, right? I know why I'm streaming. I'm streaming because it keeps me on task and because I get a lot of good ideas from chat and it just keeps me sane. There's some social activity. But why you're all watching me has probably diminished in value. Long stream. How's the morning going? It's going well. It's going well. No, I'm not saying people need to chat more. I'm just saying I've noticed that it has kind of tanked lately, and that I know that it's me causing that to happen. There aren't these long sections of time where I'm like, okay, chat, let's just talk about random stuff. So a lot of people feel like they'd be interrupting, and yeah. I guess to some effect it is an interruption, but some of them are welcome. No, it hasn't been that chef halted. Could also just be summertime. Yeah. I think there's a bunch of things, and I mean, I guess we have stats from last year. So if I look at this, we can see average viewers have been like 78. I don't think this keeps track of chat messages. Yeah. So that's all we can really tell here from this. But anyway, 78. And then if we look at, oh, I guess this is technically, let's click 30 days. So this is basically July is 90. And if we look at July of last year, it was 154. Now, was that when I was on the front page maybe? So those might have skewed this a bit, which would make it kind of hard to tell. Yeah, it was probably about the same numbers if you just consider the stuff at the bottom. Well, those might have been Kip Ogre rating, or maybe just, I was on the front page at some point. I don't remember when. So yeah, year over year, it's probably pretty similar. And again, I've said this a bunch of times. I'm not like secretly trying to become a big Twitch streamer or something. I have consistently made a very low amount of money on Twitch, and that is okay. I'm trying to be a game dev. This is looking good. This is also looking good. That's fine. Town calls create farm. We don't want to check this in, so let's move on to this one. Okay, what's going on here? Anything interesting? No, I should probably write this down over here, though. This is a party member that doesn't happen to be backed by a proper adventurer. I should probably turn this into a CC ref thing too, right? Because you may not have the adventurer you're being offered battle perks for. You may not yet have the adventurer. Yeah, that's pretty good. Adam the sellout. This guy just keeps talking about money. Doesn't stop. So yeah, party members where I started writing bad code. Let's go not write bad code. So we need to turn this into a property. This is very, very simple to do. And now we move this down to there. All right, and that should be fixed. This can be changed. Public should come before private or protected. I've never liked this. Okay, there. That fixes that, though. So now the diff of this should look pretty good. It will also have created a diff for some other classes if they used that, which they didn't because it was private, so it wouldn't have. All right, what about this one? This is looking fine. This needs to be changed, and even this needs to be changed. This is so that derived classes can initialize perk choices differently, should they need to. All right, so these things, choices, container. Why do we do this, though? We do this just so that we can add it from the child class. Because if we didn't, then we would need to initialize it in a separate function. Yeah, sure, fine. I think this is a reasonable enough thing to do. Get private set. So that's now a property. And then tooltip, why is this here? Because we use it for that. Yeah, sure. Tooltip. And then we write our get private set here. And then put this in the right spot, which is down here. And we should be good. So this is all code I didn't want. This is code I didn't want. The rest of this should be stuff I did want. Yep. And yep. Why is this yellow? Property is confusing given the existence of method get tooltip. Rename or remove one of these members. Okay, let's call it panel tooltip. Or panel tooltip. Yeah, that's good. Which also changed something else, didn't it? Yeah, look through that. Character selector, sure. And then this. Battle perk choice UI. Yeah, looks good. Cool. So what did we fix? What was any of this for? Present battle perks with more context. We now show an adventurer icon with a level representing how many battle perks you've chosen and an exclamation mark if you haven't hired that adventurer yet. The tooltip explains that part. Yeah. This also added a bunch of UID files. We're not going to write anything about that. All right, so now we can check this box. So what I want to do in the afternoon, this stuff is important, but I don't want to do that. I want to do this first. I want to do the specializations next. So this first, then specializations, and then that's probably all we'll have time for. It's 1 o'clock. I'll try to take a faster lunch break than normal so that I can have some time to work on this stuff because I think I need to get going by 4 today. Which would give me 2.5 hours if I took a half-hour lunch break. I don't know. We'll see what momentum's like after lunch. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you all for watching. Appreciate you being here. If any of this looked fun and you haven't already tried the Skeleseller demo, I mean, I imagine a lot of you probably have at this point, but it is free on Steam. You can just click download. It's on every platform. Well, every desktop platform. I'll be back in about probably half an hour or so, and we'll just keep going with this stuff. So hopefully see you again then. Thank you all for watching. Take care.